Welcome, everyone, to another edition of the Irish Breakdown Podcast. My name is Vince D'Addario. That guy is Brian Driscoll. We are back. It is Tuesday. We're into the summer schedule. Normally, you guys are tuning in on a Tuesday at 1 o'clock we're going to discuss the depth chart of a certain position, break it down. Where's Notre Dame at? How do they match up? All of these different things. But today, folks, is a little bit different. We got something special planned for today because obviously there was a commitment last night of Kedren Young, running back out of Texas, another Texas recruit for Notre Dame, which we're going to get into here in a little bit. But that was a big commitment for Notre Dame, their second running back in the class. And I know they were very selective about who that was going to be. And everybody, including myself, I don't want to speak for Brian, myself, is very excited about this particular young man. And then within the last, 2 minutes, there was another commitment. And so we were planning on this being a commitment show, but now it's a 2-for-1 sale.
And we kind of teased it a little bit. We said there might be a little special topic to discuss. Right. We weren't sure if he's going to go at 1 or 2 o'clock, but we knew that Styles was going to go during the show at some point.
We were trying to plan it out so that, we'd be ready for when the announcement happened, but then it happened as we were saying, let's go live. So this is going to be a double commitment show. Styles Prescott. Is it a hard D? Prescott, whatever. I apologize to the young man. It's a D. So he's an offensive tackle from Hamilton Southeastern High School here in the great state of Indiana. So a double commitment show. We're going to do what we always do. We're going to jump into it. We're going to talk about the backstory, the commitment, the class impact, all that fun stuff. Go through the film, and we're going to do it twice because twice is nice. And then we'll throw in a mailbag at the end because we love you, and that's what you want, which we're going to give the people what they want. So
that's right.
Brian, this is going to be a lot of fun today. I haven't done a commitment show with you in a while. I love watching film with you, by the way. Yeah. And so I'm excited. I watched the film and I'm like, I feel like I'm cheating. Like I don't want to watch the film before I do it with Brian. So
gotta be prepared, man. Gotta be prepared.
Right. So I was doing that while I was at my other drum, having a good time. So we're going to jump right into it. We'll go in chronological order. Right, so let's talk about Kedron Young first. Like I said, running back out of Lufkin, Texas, Lufkin High School out of Texas. The third Texas commit in this class, 7th, I believe, in the last 2 years. So
correct,
hitting the state of Texas pretty hard here, which I love. And get a good back here. This is an intriguing back for me based on who they have already in this class and who they have now. It's a nice marriage, I think, in the backfield in this class.
Well, it's an interesting backstory too, Vince, because the whole needing the second back thing went from being a want to a need during Kedron's recruitment. So when you had Logan Diggs, you had Audric Estime, you knew at least one of them was going to leave after the season, but you'd still have the other for 2024, most likely, or you thought there's a good chance. You had Jadarian Price. You had Jabron Payne, who was in the midst of a really good spring. You obviously landed Jeremiah Love, who's a dude. Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price in back-to-back classes, if they're healthy, is outstanding. Right. And then you go out and get Aeneas Williams. And so you're saying, okay, if there's a second back that we like, we can go for him. And then very early on, I think Notre Dame offered Kedron, I think in like January.
Yeah.
And he was sort of the top guy on the board for a long time. And it was, but it was, again, you're recruiting a want, not a need. Well, then then Logan Diggs transfers and the want becomes a need. And so then, of course, guess what? Nothing changes because they had been recruiting him hard for a while when it comes to Kedron. Now, what changed is at that moment, they had to expand the board a little bit, because they needed a second back. So it was kind of like they liked Anthony Carey and Kedren Young. Kedren Young was their top back. If they couldn't get one of those two, they were good. They weren't going to necessarily use that second scholarship unless they could get a guy they really liked. Once Logan Diggs left, then they needed to expand the board. Sure. And so then Xavier Robinson gets on the board, who Notre Dame also liked a lot. And so I think as you go through the process, my understanding is Kedron wanted to take some other visits coming up, even though
he had scheduled
for a while. Notre Dame has been, he had one scheduled to A&M, he had one scheduled to TCU. He told me he was going to take one to Texas Tech, but I really felt like, and we've said this before in the past, that getting him up, like he was supposed to come for an unofficial visit in the spring, couldn't make it up, injured his hamstring in track, and obviously couldn't make, because of his track schedule, otherwise couldn't make a visit. I felt that if he made a visit in the spring, this one was going to be done quickly, because this kid is a perfect Notre Dame fit at running back. I mean,
Agreed.
yes, football talent we'll dive into, but his mom's an educator. I think I said yesterday, I saw a tweet how she was like, named Educator of the Year, one of the educators,
wow.
believe it, or at her school.
That's awesome.
Or she was presenting the award for it, which also says something. I just saw a couple pictures that she tweeted out. Very academic-oriented family. Football obviously is important to this young man, but he's just one of those well-rounded people that Notre Dame is able to go out and get. And they're finding more and more and more of these kids in Texas, which is big.
Yeah.
The Braylon Jameses, the Jaden Greathouses, the Caleb Smiths, the Micah Bell, who's a phenomenal student, had Ivy League offers. And obviously now you have Kedren Young. And so he was the top guy for a while, Vince, but he comes on his visit. I don't know if he planned on committing, but it just was one of the things where it just fit, and it happened pretty quickly. So I had the thought that maybe and I haven't been able to get this confirmed, but the fact that there was a lot of rumblings that Xavier Robinson, who was going to start a visit tomorrow for the kid from Oklahoma, liked Notre Dame a lot and was on the verge of committing after his visit. I don't know if that impacted Kedron or not. All I know is the commitment happened pretty quickly. It was in the middle of the visit, not post-visit. And so then he was going to announce it Thursday. So I just got done mowing the lawn last night, Vince. And if you could have seen the backyard of my backyard last night, it was like half of it was like an Amazon jungle. It was ridiculous. I had to
like
literally
mine
move it twice.
now. It looks like mine now because I got to
get
like
out this high because we're dealing with a weed problem in the backyard, and it was terrible. Like, so half of it I mowed last week, and then I couldn't mow the other half because we had a bunch of, it was just crazy. So I had to do that. And so I get inside, I'm about to hop in the shower, and boom, Kedren Young commits. I'm like, all right, let's go. So it happened a little bit quicker than we anticipated, but he committed during the visit. Notre Dame was fired up. And of course, that's why we talked about this yesterday. That's why Notre Dame canceled Xavier Robinson's visit. Yeah. Because this one was a done deal. So the backstory is very interesting in that regard. But honestly, Notre Dame's been in a great position with this one for a long time.
Sure.
Because he's just a great Notre Dame fit. And this is what I tell people. There's a lot of kids like this out there. There are. You've got to put in the work, and you've got to put a product on the field that attracts them.
And you can't listen to the spin that those guys are so few and far between, and those are the only guys that you can – I mean, and I don't want to go down that road, but there are more of these guys out there than people realize or that people are led to believe by other people. And that part was frustrating to me because I know, and and anybody that is in the business knows those kids are out there, but you do have to work a little harder to either find them or recruit them or whatever. And it shows a lot about what this staff has done to make sure that they are finding those guys, and they're finding them in fertile recruiting areas, by the way, that have pretty lofty offer lists as well. So, I mean, those guys are there. You just got to do your homework. And I love that this staff is doing that.
They are. And we'll dive into this later, but Deland McCullough is absolutely killing it right now. I mean, just absolutely crushing it right now, which we'll dive into. When you look at this commitment, Vince, obviously we talked a little bit about the need at the position.
Right.
I think when you look now, I've been saying that a lot lately. Like I'm prefacing something and it's my opinion. Of course it's my opinion. I'm going to work on that, folks. I promise you. I'm going to try to get rid of that phrase. I don't know where the heck that came from. I was going to say, I think something, but wouldn't have worked. But look, when you look at the need, we talked about the need. It was the need for a second back, but it's not just getting a second back. You needed a specific type of second back. And when you look at the backs that this staff was recruiting, Vince, it was more bell cow type backs. Mm-hmm. Those guys that can be that more of that every down back. Because when you look at Jeremiah Love, I think Jeremiah Love can be a lead back, but he's a do-it-all lead back. He's a catch the ball in the backfield, out, home run hitter type of guy. I don't know that he's a guy you want to carry like 25 times a game, right? And I use that a bit hyperbolically. Nobody carries the ball 25 times a game now, but right. You get the point that I'm making, right? When you look at Aeneas Williams, similar deal, outstanding all around. I mean, kid had almost 1,300 yards receiving as a sophomore, Vince, Aeneas Williams. So you get a lot of Golden Tate, Kyron
Crazy.
Williams vibes with him, with just a running back that has like receiver skill. Now he couldn't move to receiver the way that Golden Tate did, but could he end up someday, if the need is there on offense, to do what Chris Tyree is doing? Absolutely. He has that kind of skill. He's shifty. He's got good speed, not home run speed. He's strong. He catches the ball exceptionally well. He can run routes. So again, another sort of all-around back. Well, what they really hadn't signed since the class of Audric Estime and Logan Diggs, actually, Jadarian Price is that way, but there's a question with his health.
Sure.
The last two classes, 23 and 24, you didn't have sort of that lead back, that bell cow back that you need to complement those more dynamic type of players. And that's why you saw Kedren Young, Anthony Carey, and Xavier Robinson. Anthony Carey is a small guy on the list. He was 6 foot, like 205, 210. Kedren's at 5'11", listed anywhere from 210 to 220, and Xavier Robinson's like 6'2", 230. So that there was that's kind of what they were looking for. And it's important to find the need, Vince, but when you can get your need met with your top guy on the board, that's huge.
Absolutely.
And that's exactly what they did with Kedron Young. Look, this is just the reality. He's been my top guy on the board forever, but he's been Deland McCullough's top guy on the board since they offered him, I believe, back in January.
Yeah, that's what I read. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the important part, Vince, is when you can fill your class out with your top targets at those positions, that's huge. And so they got their number one all-purpose back in this class. They got their number one lead back in this class. It doesn't get much better than that. Forget all the rankings and all that, although On3 is very high on Kedron Young. They have him number 82 player in the country. It was about where I would have him. He's in that 75 to 90 range for me, is where he would fall based on his grade at Irish Breakdown. So big time pickup. As far as the overall class impact, Vince, he's also the fourth player in the offensive class to earn a top 100 grade from Irish Breakdown. So obviously joined CJ Carr, Cam Williams, and Isaiah Canyon are the other three. The receiver Isaiah Canyon of Georgia, the other three that have top 100 grade. And he's also, I believe, the fifth offensive player in the entire class to receive a top 100 grade by at least one service. So CJ Carr obviously is top 100 by all but one service. Cam Williams, I believe, is a consensus top 100 recruit. Isaiah Canyon is a top 100 recruit by On3. Kedren Young is a top 100 recruit by On3. And then Peter Jones is a top 100 recruit according to Rivals. So Notre Dame has 10 players committed on the offensive class, including Styles Young. 5 of them are ranked as top 100 recruits by at least one service. So that's really impressive. And all of them, I believe, Jack Larson might be the exception now. Let me just check Jack's ranking real quick. But all of them are ranked as a top 250 player by at least one service. No, they all are, because Jack's ranked number 139 by ESPN. So all 10 of their top 200 of their 10 offensive commits are ranked as top 250 players by at least one service. Kedren is ranked as such not only by On3, but Rivals also ranks him as the number 213 player in the country as well. So you're getting recruiting impact. You're getting state that you really want to hit. You're getting a lot of Southern flavor that they've been looking for on offense in this class. When you look at, obviously, Aeneas being from Missouri, somewhat Southern, but you've got him from Texas. You've got Isaiah Canyon from Georgia, Jack Larson from North Carolina, Micah Gilbert from North Carolina. Actually, I think let me see, Micah Gilbert. What's his ranking? So yeah, he is also ranked as a top 250 player by 2 outlets. So every single one of your kids is ranked as a top 250 player by at least one service.
That's
a lot
crazy.
of depth and a lot of quality. And Kedren Young only adds to that, Vince. And again, as I said, a guy that on the Irish Breakdown board grades as a top 100. He's actually the number 3 offensive player in the class for me overall. Well, actually, so the top 4 offensive players in the class all rank ahead of anyone they have on defense right now. So if you're in the top 4 on offense right now, because I don't have any of the defensive players in the top 100, although Cole Mullins and Logan Thomas are very close to being top 100 guys for me. They're like a few points off of being top 100 guys. And I expect them to be top 100 guys in their senior seasons. Unless they regress, I expect that to be the case. So all right now, the high-end quality on this class is on offense. It's really shaping out to be an outstanding offensive class, Vince. It really is.
Well, it's exciting because obviously the last couple of recruiting classes have skewed a little defensive, right? I mean, not that they didn't have talent on offense, but as a whole, they've skewed defense, which is great.
Well, and some of those offensive classes that they had really good players, there was always like something missing.
Sure.
So 2022 class, you got a really good 2 running backs, you got a really good offensive line class, you got a great tight end class, and the best player in your class was your receiver, Tobias Merriweather, but you didn't get an impact
quarterback.
You
only had one,
and you only yes, exactly. 2021, you ended up being a pretty darn good class. At several different positions with guys, and so that one was a better one, but you haven't been able to kind of have 2020 had some really high level players, but you came up short numbers, so they've never been able to stack back-to-back offensive classes together, and they're in the process of doing that right now. There's one more need. I think they need one more offensive lineman. They want one more tight end in Carter Nelson, but you're on the verge of really taking this thing to a really special level when it comes to it, and they're adding this player like Kedren Young is a big part of that, Vince.
Absolutely. And I do want to throw this up there because I do think this has a lot to do with it outside of what the coaches are doing. Quinn makes a good point. This is what happens when you get a CJ Carr.
Yeah.
When you get an elite quarterback in your class and you get him as early as they did, 100%. That's what happens.
You get one of these a quarterback, Vince.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, when you get a gap closer quarterback, it's going to have a big impact. It really is.
Quinn, you're right on the money there. There's no doubt. And you put that together with the job that the coaches are doing as well, and this is the product that you get. And it's super exciting. So are we ready to jump into the film room with Mr. Young? Because I turned on his highlights, and this boy knows how to tote the rock.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
And when you figure – he's doing this in Texas. And so that he's doing it against pretty, decently high level competition. And you're going to see, we talk about him being a bell cow back and you talk about his size and things like that. The thing that jumped off the screen to me, and we're going to see it, is that he's also got the speed. Like he runs away from guys.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's go ahead and bring that up, Vince. That's because you're going to see that. You got to be kidding me. They're StreamYard's jacking around today. Of course, now they're gonna have it be a problem. There we go. Okay, trying a different way. So I had to go had to go different angles, Vince. But you know what? I got it done.
You always do. You always do.
So the first thing, you're going to see it first play. First of all, great production in a really good area. That's the thing about these Texas recruits they're getting, Vince, is they're getting them from really good areas.
Look at that.
They're not playing
a junior
in
high school. That picture of him with the guns and
I know he is a pretty jacked up guy. First thing you're going to see, look at the size. Look at the thick lower legs. Right. Look how thick he is in the lower body. But look how nimble he is, right? This is the thing that you're going to see. You're going to see a 5'11", 210 to 220-pound kid that's got great balance. Look at that leg drive. Just the strength that he brings to the table. It's really absurd. And he's still going. He's still going. So you follow that clip, Vince, with this.
Yeah.
And you're like, seriously, this is a dude, right? So you just saw him running through the entire defense. And then the very next clip, he houses it from 99, excuse me. And you see the speed.
Look at him run away from guys.
He's running an 11-1 100-meter dash, which is for a kid, that was as a sophomore. He ran an 11-1 as a sophomore. So he's probably around 11 flat, under 11, 10-9-ish right now for a guy that's 220 pounds. This is the thing you love. Like, obviously, this is really good speed and all that. But the thing thing about him, Vince, is like, look, yes, he's got size and power and all that kind of stuff. But in college football, you're not going to Earl Campbell everybody, right? Or if you are, you're going to average 3.5 yards a carry. You've got to be a guy that can slash as well. And the thing I love, a buddy of mine says he reminds him a lot of those old school Denver Bronco runners back in the 90s and 2000s when like Denver was just putting out like 1,000-yard rushers every year. That one cut, that slasher type. And he's right about this. He's got that. But look at this. He's working laterally. He's working to the perimeter on this. And then just that quick, easy, natural plan getting downfield. It's great vision. Yeah. Oh, yes. 100%, Vince. But look how quickly he gets downhill, right? But the vision part, Vince, explain that, because you're absolutely right. To be able to make a move this quick, you've got to have a great feel for the game.
Well, absolutely. And this is basically what are they running here? It looks a little bit like zone. They're pulling the one lineman to kick out, but it's basically a zone, and he's looking for that crease.
It looks like it's going to be just like a wrap. But
Okay.
it looks like they're going outside, right? So they're going to bring that guard, backside guard outside. They got the back to the side leading outside. This is going to be like an off tackle play,
but
that has to hit a lot quicker.
But that end comes too far up the field.
Right.
So what does Young do? He puts his right foot in the ground, sees a hole, and just hits it fast.
But
and
the thing is, there isn't a hole yet. That's the crazy thing, because this guard gets held up by the center, right? Watch that. The guard is slow getting over, but he knows the guard's coming. And he knows where the guard's going to be. And then, like, when he starts to make his cut, the guard hasn't passed him yet, but he knows he's going to.
And then he goes right off the guard's butt. I mean,
and then just gets vertical.
If we had the end zone view of this, you would almost see his right shoulder pad brush the tush of the guard that was passing him. Like, that's how quick and pointed that is, and right there on that mesh. That's why I love
this patience right here, Vince. This is what I'm talking about. Like, okay, what's going on? And then just his second level, his ability to read the second level and his second level anticipation is really good.
Right.
But look at that burst. If he's a little slower, that guy's getting him.
Yes.
But he's so strong. It's not just that he's strong. He beats that guy to the spot. Like, that guy's left grasping for the jersey. That's explosiveness.
Yeah. And he gets a little bit of the jersey. He gets a tug on the jersey, and that's going to bring a lot of guys down, to be honest with you, or it's going to slow him down enough that it's going to be over. He runs right through that.
Yeah.
And then runs away from everybody
I
else.
love the swagger at the end of turn. I know some people don't like that. I love that stuff. Like, come on now. Look at this. Already sees that this guy's coming through. Look at this. He knows, like, okay, I gotta this is a counter, right? This is what this play looks like. It looks like a counter. Okay. Some kind of maybe backside ISO. Looks like to me just a little wrap type of play with the second back. But he's going to go downhill and then bounce it back. But he sees this guy unblocked, and he just quickly sees it and runs away from him and gets outside. Just the feel, like, look, it's one, running back is a position where if you got the tools, you got the tools, right? It's just it's a natural position. But to really be a great running back in college, you have to be smart as well. You have to have a great feel for the game, and this kid does. He doesn't catch the football a lot, Vince, but in the few times he does show me good hands. But what I like about this play, this is one of those ones where you see his balance. Low throw, catches it, right? And then quickly gets back up, makes a move, splits that defense, gets his legs hit, but he just stays up and he keeps going. Yeah, you talk about strength on that play. I don't care how strong you are, though. If you don't have great balance and flexible ankles, you're going down there. You're falling down, or you're getting or you're going down. And he's able to get up and quickly accelerate. The athleticism of this kid is very underrated, Vince. And I think that's where some people are missing the boat with him. Like, he takes this outside zone all the way to the backside.
Right.
Like, okay, number one, this doesn't happen much in college. So the projection there, like, you won't see him making a lot of runs like this. But the fact that he saw it and did it at whatever level just shows you the kind of intelligence as a back that this kid brings to the table, Vince. Mm-hmm. He's really impressive. He's a really impressive back. Like, I love this. I love that he sets this block up right here. Like, this guy's in the hole.
Running back coming around. Yes.
Yeah. Boom. This guy's in the hole. He can't outrun him to the outside because the guy has free reign. He's got him out leveraged. So just to have that patience to let that block set up, and then you see then the talent takes over.
Right there. Bam.
This play has no business being a 45-yard touchdown. It has no business. It has very little business being much more than a 3-yard gain.
Absolutely.
But he runs through a little ankle tackle, and then just this dip and rip right here is what I love. But just the balance that the guy puts a pretty good lick on him, Vince. Doesn't wrap up. He bounces back and then just hits the ground and accelerates. That's tremendous balance. And the acceleration too, Vince, is a very important part for a back.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that is a reason why that initial burst. And that's a reason why, Vince, when you remember Josh Adams, why Josh sometimes had trouble when there wasn't a lot of initial room, because Josh had great acceleration, but he didn't have a great initial burst. And so if the hole wasn't there, Josh sometimes would have a little bit of trouble really eking out yards. This kid's a completely different back. Do you know who my comp is for him, Vince? And this is another one of those ones where this is just about speed. Right. Do you know who my comp is for him? My comp for him is Javonte Williams from North Carolina.
Okay.
Who's now the starting running back for the Denver Broncos.
Right.
Like you said, talk about speed. Like you're talking about, you said he
And this
runs
is
away
just
from
pure
people.
speed. This is just pure speed. Look at him just outrun those
23
guys.
is like, yeah, this ain't happening.
You can tell when the helmet kind of goes back like this.
Yeah. 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 So, I mean, you see a lot of good things here. Runs with good pad level, Vince. We haven't mentioned this. He runs with good base. He doesn't run high, but he also doesn't run unnecessarily low. But just look at the balance here. Look at the quickness. Look at the agility. The feet. He's got great feet. That's such an important aspect for a running back. Like Kyron Williams wasn't really big, wasn't super, super powerful. He wasn't fast. But you know what Kyron had? Great feet. Great feet. And that's what made him so effective at Notre Dame. This kid has that, but I would argue this kid's faster, and this kid's obviously bigger and stronger than Kyron was at the same time. I love that block. We don't see him do a lot of this.
Yeah. I love the fact that he put this on his highlight film. You know,
Yeah.
I put a block on there. Let's see what you got. And he did. And he did what he needed to do. And there's another one coming up here in a little bit too.
This is a great read too, Vince, because this guy shoots inside. So he sees cloth here, right? They're running outside zone. He sees cloth, so he knows he's got to get outside. Immediately bends it outside, like just immediately. If he stays on the track he's supposed to be coached to do, he's getting tackled.
Yeah.
And then gets outside. You see him following his blockers, and then boom, puts it in the ground and goes vertical. The only thing I'd like to see here is put the ball in the other arm. That's my only criticism on that play. I'll always put the ball in the outside arm. But other than that, I mean, that's textbook, just how to handle an inside penetration on outside zone.
Seriously.
Bounce it and then immediately get vertical when you see the hole. There's a lot to, I mean, fundamentally sound, Vince. And the thing is, look how, like, this isn't a play. This is a draw. This isn't supposed to be a play where you show off great footwork efficiency. But this guy shows great footwork efficiency, Vince. No wasted movement. Everything has a purpose. Little hop. The timing on the hop is impressive, right? Gets vertical, quick cut, just one cut, bounces it. Like, this kid is perfectly suited for duo and inside zone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he was created in a lab to run duo and inside zone with his physicality, but more so, Vince, this is the other block you're talking about. But more so, and this one is, I love this. He goes low. This is smart.
He goes low, and then I believe this is the one where he follows the quarterback too. He gets up and continues to block.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Takes out a big boy.
Yeah.
That's great effort.
Yes.
Great effort.
Yes.
Yeah. So I love the fit that he has for the system too, Vince. This is another smooth run right here. Just, he gets skinny here. You see that? How he gets skinny, how he dips does that little, when you talk about getting skinny, it's basically, it's like a lean in with the ball. And you kind of
turn your shoulders a little bit so that you're not like this and you're more like this.
Yeah. Right. And he just does that. He's natural, Vince. Like, he's a natural football player. He just gets it. And then, of course, there's plays like this where it's like, this isn't supposed to work. I'm just better than you.
Yeah, that's just pure talent. Like, he should have been tackled for a loss. That should have been TFL.
Yeah.
It's a touchdown.
He's just like, I'm just a better football player than you are.
Right.
So, and I've had a chance to talk to him a little bit, Vince. Like, he's a really nice, polite kid, comes from a great background, but he also has that fire on the football field that you want too, that physicality. Look at that balance. Oh my gosh, that's insane.
The 3-legged drill right there.
That's insane. Like, that also, okay, balance is great, but when I talk about hip ankle flexibility, that's it right there. If you have stiff ankles, you cannot stay up on that, Vince. You can't. And he stays up and gets back going and then is able to power his way for a first down. That should be a tackle for loss.
Jeez.
Like, seriously. He should be tackled 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage and he ends up gaining 10 on it. 11 on it.
Yeah.
So, and again, this is a kid that's playing a good level of football. This isn't him playing out in the middle of nowhere. You know what I mean? This is a kid that has a lot. This kid plays good football. He's not playing like the best football in the state of Texas, but this kid's playing good football. So he's
just burst right through them up the middle.
Yeah, he's impressive.
The guy in front's excited.
Yeah. And it's a lot of the same stuff, Vince. I mean, you're watching him in high school. He's not exactly running constantly through these wide open holes, right? So, like, when you watch Xavier Robinson's film, who's a very good player, he's just running through these giant holes, and then he's showing impressive ability as well. This is a kid that makes a lot of. I mean, to set up this defender this way, this is a really impressive play. But you can't think about this. You just got to feel it. This defender's coming down. He does that little dead leg thing, gets the guy to pause. This is a Lee Becton move right here, Vince. That's what that is. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
That's a Lee Becton dead leg right there. I love that.
Yep.
Love
Just
that.
leave him grasping.
Yeah, this kid's impressive. Oh, they're playing at Texas A&M Commerce. I didn't even notice that. Look at the feet here, right? Look at the quickness. He's staying on his path. He's a very disciplined runner, Vince. Like he doesn't get off track until he has to. You know, I do like that. Sees that, bam, hits that. That guy's unblocked. This defensive lineman is unblocked. This defensive end, nobody blocks him. And he just makes a miss. I mean, and he's still going. This kid's really impressive. I think some of you who maybe haven't seen the film or haven't watched a lot of the film, you're seeing why I had this kid as a number 3, or as a top 100 player. What's this? Why has he got a funky number?
I was just thinking the same thing. That's why I kind of leaned in to look.
Yeah. It
could have ripped, or he could have gotten blood on it or something like that.
Like a scrimmage maybe or something. I don't know. The whole,
that could
the whole
be
jersey
too.
looked funky. Nice read, gets outside the block, gets vertical, and then you see. Very nice block by that receiver.
Yeah,
absolutely. This is impressive back.
This is just fun to watch.
We don't see him catch the ball a ton. That's my only, I wish we could see more,
right?
You know, but he's got the skills. I think everybody sees it. He's got the skills, Vince. Just overall thoughts and impression of him as a football player.
Oh, I mean, like you said, I think he's tailor-made for what Notre Dame wants to do offensively. I think he's patient, but then he can go 0 to 60 so fast. Like he sees it, he hits it. And that's not something that can necessarily be taught. I've coached a lot of running backs. You've coached a lot of running backs. You either have that or you
coach an All-American running back.
Right.
I mean, what I was told, Vince, by my offensive coordinator, because I never played running back. I was a quarterback.
Sure.
I played receiver. It was my first my first second year as a coach, but first where I was actually the full-time position coach. And his comment to me was, you need to focus on technique up until the point the ball's handed off. So you're teaching technique, you're teaching, aiming points, you're teaching efficient footwork, you're teaching proper taking the ball. But once the ball is put into that kid's hands, shut up. Let him play.
Yes.
Now we would work on drills to work to enhance the technical part. So we'd run like ladder drills so they could practice those moves.
Sure.
But you don't coach it. He's just got to feel it. Because again,
you see the natural talent here, though. I mean, with Kedren, you see the natural talent. You see, yes, there's some things that can be cleaned up. Some path and things like that. But he's a junior in high school, so that's to be expected, right? But you can't teach the vision that he sees. When he sees a hole, he puts his right foot in the ground and then just hits it and then goes and runs away from everybody. That's God-given. That's God-given ability. And that's what's exciting about this kid. That the home run capability is very exciting. The opportunity to make a very small hole into something. And that is where the Josh Adams, that's where I see Josh Adams. One of the things he was really good at, it didn't have to be a big hole.
Yeah.
As long as there was a little crease, he hit it by like that. Yeah. There's a similarity there for me. He doesn't need a big gaping hole like that you and I would need to run through. He just needs it to get skinny and boom, nail it, and then put his foot in the ground and go. So this is an exciting pickup for Notre Dame. And I know that they were picky on who they wanted for their second back in this class. And I think he's a perfect complement to the Williams kid for sure.
And I liked all the backs they had. I liked Anthony Carey a lot. I liked Xavier Robinson. I did. They're both very good backs, and had Notre Dame landed either one of them, I'd have been happy. But this is clearly the number one back on the board.
Yeah.
Very, very clearly the number one back on the board.
Sure.
So now, Vince, and here's where you're at. It's June 6th. Notre Dame is now, if you're Deland McCullough, you've got your backs. You got to make sure you keep them both happy and in the class and engaged and all that. But now he gets to start on 2025 recruiting.
Crazy.
And it's not really fair, that Deland McCullough gets a head start on recruiting next year's class. It really isn't. But, you went and got it done. You went and got two really good football players. And now Notre Dame is in a situation where he can now focus on next year's class. When we usually do sort of these what's next type of situations. And what's next now is you need one, most likely. Now, again, there could be some injuries and some things that
which could adjust the board.
Prompt you needing two, but right now the need is one. And they've already offered some big time backs. Gideon Davidson, Jordan Davison, Usmain Chroma. There's some really good backs on the board already. And now you get to focus on who's your best fit and who's the player you want the most. And so that's where Notre Dame's focus is going to be. I'm going to say this to all of you fans as well. If you like watching film, watch Kedren Young sophomore film as well. Like it's fun. You see like spin moves on that one, like you know what I mean? Like it was just, it's also really, but it's more the same. It's big play, big play, big play, big play. It's not as long as his junior film, but it's still really impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing what this kid is going to be this year. It's going to be a lot of fun to see what he can do.
So we did have a second commitment in the last 40 minutes, actually, Brian, and we knew it was going to come. We weren't exactly sure what time, but it came.
Because what did I tell you? Well, I was told 1 to 2. I'm like, that's not much of a win. That's pretty bright. So what we did is we had a schedule of what we would talk about after Kedren to sort of that were important topics, but kind of
fill the time.
I'm going to talk about them tomorrow now.
Yeah.
To sort of fill some of that time until we got to 2 o'clock. I was committed.
But here we are.
Fortunately, he committed at 1 o'clock. We've got a commit story out. We've got a class impact out already on him. So check those out at irishbreakdown.com. But yeah, absolutely. I just thought that was kind of funny how we have that. Not sure when he's going to go.
Better to over prepare than under prepare, right, Brian?
12:45. I think I told you, like, hey, it's going to be 1 or so, something like that. And so we knew it was going to happen. But yes, let's get into it, Vince. Let's get into Styles Prescott.
Notre Dame picks up their 11th offensive commit.
This is the 10th. Accurate? He was the 10th.
Okay.
Yeah, so they got a quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 receivers, a tight end, and now 3 offensive linemen. So that's 10. Yep.
So 10th commitment on the offensive side of the board.
I know why you think that, Vince, because I said 10th during the show, but I said Styles was the 10th. So
gotcha.
Okay. So
makes sense.
I threw you off. Apologies.
No, you're good. You're good. I need to pay more attention to what you're saying.
I know, man. Come on, man. Vince is Vince.
So 10th offensive commitment in the class of 24 for Notre Dame. Styles Prescott commits to Notre Dame. He's from Fishers, Indiana, Hamilton Southeastern High School here in Indiana. So that's right around the Indianapolis area for those of you that are not local. I believe it is a northeast type of suburb of Indianapolis. Been down there many times for soccer. But
Southeastern High School is in the northeastern part of Indianapolis. Makes total sense.
Yeah, perfect sense. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that's accurate. I mean, geography whizzes out there can.
I was just
knock me there, but yes, it makes no sense whatsoever. But yeah, he's from Indiana. I know he was a big Notre Dame lean. We weren't exactly sure when he was going to commit, but offensive tackle, his film is fun to watch just because it is so obvious that his size for the offensive line that he's playing on, it's like Sesame Street. One of these things is not like the other, right? The guard that he's playing against is probably about 5'9", about 250, and that's what it looked like at times. But big kid. Tough kid. He's been a Notre Dame lean, came to campus. Here we are, commits on Tuesday.
So
this is exciting.
Vince, this is one of those ones that for a while has been more of a when, not if.
Sure.
Type of situation. When is he going to commit, not if. So the backstory on it is obviously Coach Easton went down and saw him in January. Not saw him, but he went down to the high school in January. And at the time, they were still kind of creating their 2024 board. Okay. There weren't a whole lot of kids. I think they had like 4 or 5 kids had been offered so far. And it was like Gearby Lambert, Peter Jones had already been offered. And that was really the extent of, Kyle Altuner had an offer, but they weren't recruiting him. Jordan Thompson had an offer. They weren't really recruiting him. And so they go down and Coach Easton meets with, goes to his high school, and he said he liked the film, liked everything he'd heard about the young man, because Coach Easton puts a lot of value on, as you know, it's not just about what I see on film. I got to know that you've got the character to fit into my room, the character to be coached by me, the character to fit in with this group. And that's how you find that out, by talking to the people around him. That's a big thing what those in-school visits are for. Talk to the guidance counselor, talk to a teacher, some coaches will go talk to janitors and people, like the people that work in the cafeteria, and be like, hey, do you know so-and-so? Yeah, I do. What's he like? Does he treat people well? Nah, he's kind of a jerk. You'll drop a kid over that if you're a place like Notre Dame.
It's funny. I have conversations with kids like that all the time in my office.
Yeah.
Like if you think you're this, then you need to make sure you're this, because they talk to us like as deans and as his PE teacher or wherever I have been in my career. I've talked about kids that I haven't coached because the coaches will ask me about them.
Right.
Whether it's a phone call or in person or whatever.
Because they want to know what kind of character you have.
Absolutely.
And so Styles checked all those boxes and immediately got an offer from Notre Dame. From that moment on, Vince, it was kind of a when, not if scenario. Yeah. We were actually told, you know this, Vince, because I've had Styles Prescott's commitment story written for about 2 months because he was originally supposed to commit during the Blue Gold game. Decided he didn't want to, decided he wanted to just take a little bit more time. But yeah, he had kind of, I mean, you remember sitting there watching me write it that day. And Notre Dame didn't push it. And that's what I really like about what the staff is doing. He wasn't ready yet. So they said, cool, no big deal. And they just let it play out. And now obviously he's in the class. I think getting him on campus and I talked about this in yesterday's show, but getting him on campus this weekend with the other commits was sort of something I think he really needed.
Sure.
To for sure do this. Because remember, the coach he's committing to is not the coach that offered him. He's in one of those rare situations in this class where Micah Gilbert, Isaiah Canyon, Cam Williams, those guys all recruited and committed to Chancey Stuckey, right? Yep. The O-lineman and the quarterback are guys that had to get to know a new coach. And that is very important, as we all know. Those are very important things for offensive linemen especially. And so I think that relationship needed some time to grow to make sure you were as comfortable with Coach Rudolph as you were with Coach Heastan. And I think Coach Rudolph did a very good job here, not pushing the kid, but letting the relationship develop. Mm-hmm. And then getting him around the other kids this weekend was sort of that's what he needed to seal the deal. And that's what he got. And that's why Styles Prescott is now a member of the Notre Dame 2024 class.
So he's the third offensive lineman in this class. So how does he fit in with the other two guys? And then if they're still I think they're still looking for another offensive lineman. So how does
they're looking for one guy, not necessarily another offensive lineman. There's one guy on the board. Okay.
Fair enough. So how does he fit? What's his class impact?
So when you look at the last 3 years, Vince, they signed 5, 5, and 5 offensive linemen, and they've only had 2 of those kids leave so far. Mm-hmm. You had obviously Caleb Johnson from the 21 class, and then Joey Tanona had to medically retire from the 22 class. They signed 5 more again last year. So you have 13 kids in 3 classes. That's a lot. Also, of those 3 classes, Joe Alt's the only one who didn't redshirt. So all those kids, including Blake Fisher, have 2 years of eligibility remaining after the 2023
At the
season.
minimum.
Right.
Yeah.
And so now we don't expect Blake Fisher to take it. So from a number standpoint, Vince, they only needed 3 offensive linemen in this class. And so Styles gets you to your minimum. But here was the thing that was more important than the numbers need is they need tackles. Mm-hmm. And so to me, even though I have Peter Jones ranked higher than Styles Prescott, this is the most important pickup they've had so far because he's a tackle. They have a lot of guys that they think can play tackle that are probably better guards. Ty Chan's an example. Because why he's really struggling so far, because he's playing tackle and he shouldn't be playing tackle. He's a guard. Yeah. Sullivan Absher's a guy that they're going to give a shot at tackle, and I hope he can stick a tackle. They need him to stick a tackle, but I think he's right now projects more as a guard, partly because we've never seen him. And so to me, when I look at a kid like that, Vince, you're like, look, you needed a kid to play tackle. You absolutely needed a kid to play tackle. And I think that this young man can play tackle. Now, some sites have him listed as an interior offensive lineman. Any tackle that's worth a darn can play guard. Sure. Not every guard can play tackle. That's the reality and the truth of college football. Unless you're like 6'8", 6'9", like Joe Alt might have a little bit of a tough time playing guard just because he's so tall. But he plays with really good pad level. He could be a solid guard, right? There's a lot of good guards that couldn't play tackle at a high level. And to me, Styles is a guy that can play both, but he's a tackle. He's a natural tackle. And so when you talk about the class impact, Vince, that's the biggest thing. Sure. Is they needed a guy that was a pure tackle. And that's That's the key
So,
here.
so this is a
right?
prime example. What I think you're saying. This is a prime example of when you're grading out a class. It's about one of the big things that you always look at that you've taught me about is it's not just about their ranking, but it's also about the need in the class.
Yes.
And the
Yes.
need in the class is for a tackle, and then they pick up this kid, and he fits the need in this class even more so than whatever his ranking is because he's a tackle.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing is like, it's not just about, okay, did you get your numbers needs? Well, we needed 3 offensive linemen. Okay, great. But what specifically did you need specifically beyond just the numbers? That's more important than say, hey, we needed guards and we got no guards. That's okay. You've got a bunch of tackles that are physical and you can figure the guard part out. That's a different deal. It's more of and it's a rare thing for Notre Dame. And this is partly because of the last couple classes have been so guard heavy, and interior heavy. Notre Dame loves Ashton Craig. He's really had a great start to his career. Coach Easton loved him. Now Coach Rudolph loves him. Coach Parker loves him. But he's an interior player. He's an interior player. Ty Chan, I think, is an interior player. The staff is very high on Sam Pendleton and Joe Otting, but they're interior players. They're not tackles. And the way Coach Heastan recruited for so long, Vince, it was like just recruit a bunch of tackles for the most part, and then you can move them inside.
Right.
We haven't seen as much of that. We've seen a lot more pure inside guys being recruited at the end of the Jeff Quinn era, and even in Coach Heastan's first class. There was at least 2 guys for sure. I would argue 3 that are for sure interior players, because I would argue that Chris Tarrick is if he's going to be good in college, it's going to be as a guard. I don't see him as a tackle. And potentially 4 interior guys. And then Charles Jagasol's a guy that can end up moving to guard by default because he's one of your 5 best, but the tackle spots are full, right? So you needed tackles.
Yeah.
Desperately needed tackles. Styles is a kid that's going to need a little bit of time, at least as of right now, but he's a very talented. He's got a lot of talent, Vince. He's raw right now. Like right now he ranks as a top 250 player for me. He's not like a top 100 guy. He's like around the 225 to 250 range. I think that one of the services has him there. I think On 3 has him as a top 250 player. It's kind of interesting. We bang on 3's rankings a lot. I despise their process in a lot of ways, and I think the ranking of CJ Carr is bad. But there are some guys on the Notre Dame board, a lot of guys on the Notre Dame board, that they're higher on than everybody else. They have Styles as the number 189 player in the country. It's a little higher than I would have him. I'd have him around like 225, 240-ish is probably the range of kind of where I see him based on the grade he got for me. But that's his current grade. His upside grade is 4.5 star easy because there's a lot of tools there. He's just really raw. He needs a lot of work, but there's a lot of talent to work with, Vince. And, he got the Harry Heastan stamp of approval, which, as you know, for me means a lot because this is a guy that Coach Heastan liked and wanted. And then, of course, Coach Rudolph jumped on board as well. So this is from that standpoint, Vince, this is a big need. And now that he's in the class now, you can focus your attention on other things, which is, we don't need to have a whole what's next section. Well, we will, because we'll talk about 25 a little bit. But the key is now this allows you to focus on Gearby Lambert.
Yep, absolutely.
Which is important.
No,
very,
absolutely.
very important.
So I don't want to jump the gun here, but are we ready to watch some film?
Yes, we are. I mean, Vince, great. It's never jumping the gun to watch film. Okay, so I mean that's just the way that it is. All right, let's get this going. Let's rock and roll some Styles Prescott film, Vince.
Beautiful. So this is his junior season. Obviously, he's still got his senior season to play as a 24 kid.
So let's. I think the first thing that I like about this kid is, despite being listed at 270, he's a pretty physical, tough kid.
Yes,
when you see him in person, you can tell he's not a guy that's like say like a guy that's spent 3 years in the weight room. He's not Braxton Cave, right? Remember how Braxton was kind of maxed out weight room wise when he got out of a Penn guy, right? Because his dad was a weightlifter.
His dad was a weightlifter, and he had a gym in the garage, and
right. So he's going to need a lot of work there, but he's got a really nice natural pop, nice natural power.
Agreed.
I think he's another kid too that at times looks like a waist bender, but then there's clips like these 2 in a row where you can see he's got some flexibility in the knees and ankles, which is important. And so I think his waist bending issues that you see are more technical than they are Like, look right there. This isn't like great technique as a pass set, right? But it's fine. It's solid. Guy's running right at him, so he's not needed a lot. But look at the base. You look at the ankles. He's got some nice bend in the ankles, nice bend at the knees. Just needs to learn to use his hand stuff. But he's got some pop. He's got some punch. And he's got length. I mean,
Yeah,
I see all the natural tools are there, Vince, and,
Sure.
and that's what you see on film is there's a lot of natural ability there. But I just, for a 270-pound kid, I expected him to be athletic when I first heard about him, but I didn't necessarily expect him to be a guy that was going to like be he's got some nastiness to him, and that's something that I like as well.
Yeah, I you talk about him being raw. I mean, I love that he gets out of his stance and goes after it and tries to bury the kid. I love that. That.
But I want to see him move his feet better on contact, right?
He stopped. Yeah, exactly right. And my biggest issue with his pass set from before is he let the kid get into him a little bit too much, like into
Needs
his
a
body.
lot of work on his hands.
Needs to use his hands more. But you can tell that he's strong though, because even though he let that kid into his body, he was able to kind of get him off and push him to the ground.
Same thing here, Vince. This guy wins the leverage battle against Styles. This guy gets his hands inside of Styles' hands in this battle. Styles loses his power stance almost immediately on contact.
Yes.
Loses the power position, but yet he's still able to push this guy back and bully him because he's just really naturally strong.
Right.
This is a really bad technical rep, but it's a really impressive rep. You also see him, the knees don't lock up, which shows me, again, he's got some flexion in those knees and ankles. That's the other part of this too, Vince, is this is one of those reps that shows me he's got some flexion in the knees and ankles, which is really important for an offensive lineman. Really important.
Yes, absolutely.
So, yeah, I like this is one of those ones where I see this is, okay, you don't see this a lot, Vince, but this is, look at the quickness out of his stance.
He gets some width here too. Yeah.
Like he's really quick out of his stance. Now, again, the technique needs work. He's kind of hopping.
Yeah.
But
totally hopping.
Yeah. But look at the quickness. I like the quickness. And again, he's got good length. Doesn't have like crazy Ronnie Stanley length, but he's got good length.
But I also like the fact that as soon as that kid goes off of his feet, he gets into the air. He's like, no, we don't do that. Boom, and pushes him down. Not enough kids do that. Not enough kids will take advantage of the fact that a guy gets off of his feet. He's got no more. He's got no leverage anymore. Push him onto the ground.
Right. Here, Vince, you see this is not great technique. He doesn't step at all. He just kind of turns his near foot, which closes his hips off. You'll see this. So it kind of closes his hips off a little bit. So you can already see it on this particular play. Let me pause it real quick. So when he steps, his hips are now here, like they're pointed here, but he needs to go here.
Yeah.
Right. So that's a technical thing that you want to see him work on. But this is one of those ones that shows how athletic he actually is, because look how quickly he's able to turn and bend inside and get a body on this kid. Right. So it may not show like, oh, wow, super impressive block. You pushed the kid down, but it shows off the athleticism that I think sometimes his lack of technique can mask a little bit. How athletic he actually is.
But on that last one, after he pushed the kid down, he continued to block another kid.
Yeah.
Like he didn't stop just because his kid's in the dirt.
Right. So here he is. This is a nice down block on a 3 technique. Angle's not great, right? You want to try to stay on that upfield shoulder.
Yeah, he's on the wrong shoulder.
But look at and this is a good sized kid. Vince, do you know who this is against?
I should know this.
Noblesville? Okay, Noblesville.
Yeah.
This is a good sized kid.
Oh, it says
and look at him just come off and drill this kid. What's that?
No, it says it right there in the end zone.
Yeah.
I was going off the Millers there.
Yeah.
In the end.
That's the field, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. But look at this. This is a good sized kid. He does a drive block. He actually keeps a pretty decent base here. But again, you see the knee bend. You see the flexibility in the ankles. But more importantly, you see the aggressiveness. Now, look, he narrows his base. He loses sort of the power profile, but he's just so naturally strong that he's able to bury this kid.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of talent here that's masked to me by the technique. That's what I think Coach Easton saw. That's what I think Coach Rudolph sees is, this kid may not be like a great high school offensive lineman yet, but there's a lot of talent there to work with. And that's what you want, Vince, right? You want that natural ability. Your job as a coach is to teach all that stuff. Again,
right.
You talk about the hands, Vince. Here's another example you're talking about. So you can go ahead and explain what you're talking about. Watch his hands. He just doesn't.
Oh
Use
yeah,
them.
he doesn't use them at all. He just uses his chest and he gets right into the kid, but he lets the kid get into him. And once he starts playing guys that are bigger and stronger, then that's going to be a problem, right? He needs to get this guy out. He needs to get his hands in here, and then he can maneuver the guy wherever he wants.
Yeah, this was a little better. You see him actually shooting his hands here on this one. He doesn't do that often in the run game, but here he does it. And look what he does to the kid. But look what he does to the kid is, you know what I mean? Like, this is one of those ones where he actually works his feet through contact better than normal. His base is still a little narrow, but he works his feet through contact, shoots his hands, and he dominates this kid. He just absolutely dominates that kid.
Yes, he did.
And so the tools are there. He's just but his grade is low right now because he's so raw. He's so raw mechanically, and he needs work. Nice base here, just pops the kid down, and puts the guy on the ground. He's got a lot of tools, Vince. And so again, could he play guard? Sure, he could play guard, but he's a natural tackle. He's definitely a natural tackle,
and he's got a frame that Coach Bayless is going to really enjoy because there's a lot that you can do with that frame physically. And then you add in the better technique with the hands, and he's got a very high ceiling. I will say that he's got a high ceiling. Let's see how he can match it, and let's see. I'm very curious to see, this time next year. So, like, what is his, or 6 months from now? What does his senior film look like? Has he gotten some better technique? Has he gotten a little bit bigger in the weight room? A lot can happen between junior and senior year. You know what I mean? And then you can build on that even more when he gets to Notre Dame.
From seeing him at the spring game, he looks like he's filling out a little bit.
Okay.
But it was kind of hard to tell because he had a hoodie on.
Fair enough.
So it's a little hard to tell. But he's got you can see he's got nice broad shoulders, and he's got a good lower half. And he's a good looking kid. He's a good looking athlete. He's got pretty long legs. So he's listed at, somebody asked, he's listed as 6'6". 6'5" might be a little bit more, 6'4.5", 6'5" might be a little bit closer to what he looked like on the hoof. 6'5", I'd say. I don't know if he's a full 6'6", but that's me guessing as he walked by me, on campus. So I wouldn't take that to the bank. But he's plenty tall enough. Yeah. This is a nice base here. That's a nice base there.
Yeah.
The rest of the technique wasn't great. I like the base here, Vince. There's a lot to work with. There's a lot to work with here. This is a good pickup. This is a really good pickup because again, you're a guy that is you're going to need tackles to step in pretty soon, and he's not a guy that's going to come in as a freshman, but he's a guy that by year 2 with good coaching is going to have a chance to compete for a spot. He shows pretty natural instincts, Vince. Like he's doing a pass set here. This guy's originally showing a wide technique. He's originally showing like, okay, I'm wide off the edge, but then the guy starts to kind of creep in, and Styles quickly recognizes that he's going to try to shoot inside, and he doesn't overset. He starts to set, but he starts to set, he stays, and then he rocks the guy inside and stays with him. The other thing too is a lot of times you'll see young offensive linemen that'll punch a guy like this and then just like punch him and then just like, and then like kind of let him go. He shocks him and then stays engaged and works the guy inside. It's a really well done job there by Styles. He's a good football player. Really good football player. See the length there. Yeah, I like this kid, Vince. Yeah, this is one of those ones you can really see the quickness off the ball. Right? Again, technique needs a lot of work, but athletically, this is a nice clip. This is one of those ones you're like, okay, you can see him bending. He's not standing up. He keeps a nice bend. You see the look at this change of direction here real quick. Again, this shows the flexibility, the ankle flexion, the knee ability to bend the knees. You see a lot of that in that clip. This, again, a lot of tools to work with this young man, Vince. He's an upside guy, right? That's what you're taking Styles Prescott because he's an upside guy.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So the final thing to me, Vince, it's important for an offensive lineman is there's got to be a certain demeanor I'm looking for. And when I watch this kid play, Vince, the demeanor is there.
He's a finisher.
He's a pretty quiet, unassuming kid off. He doesn't talk a lot. He's not a real flamboyant young man, which is kind of the demeanor Notre Dame looks for in an offensive lineman. But when he gets on the field, he likes the physical part of the game now. There's no mistaking that. He likes to mix it up, and he likes to beat you. Physically beat you. I mean, I don't know if he's a wrestler. I have no idea if he's got a wrestling background. I'd have to ask Ryan on that one. But you almost kind of feel like he does because of how much he likes to put people on the ground. Hey, those wrestling guys, because how do you win in wrestling, right? You got to put a guy on the ground, though, right? Don't you get points by guys getting on the ground, takedowns and stuff?
Yep.
Yeah. There's another player who really shows his foot quickness. So a lot to like.
And his vision. I mean, he picks some things up. He's picked up some blitzers. He's picked up some outside pressures, and he recognizes and it goes to it. Again, technique's not the best, but he recognizes those.
But his technique's not awful. That's the other thing. It's not terrible.
Not.
Right. I don't want to disrespect his. He's a junior in high school that just needs a lot of technical work.
And somebody in the chat said something about, well, he must have a lousy, offensive line coach. I wouldn't say that because
there's a difference between what's good in high school and what's good for University of Notre Dame.
Exactly. And when you have a kid like this who's pretty darn good already, you got 4 other guys plus a depth chart that you got to coach up too. And a lot of times you don't have an assistant offensive line coach and all of that kind of thing. So you got to put your time into the other 4 guys, and you kind of let your star be a star.
Right. And his technique's not like trash, like he's not getting coached at all. He's a junior in high school that just needs a lot of work to be able to play the game at a high level. But the thing is, he's assignment correct a lot, Vince.
Yes,
and that's a sign of a good high school coach.
That's bingo. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So no, don't take this as like, oh, his high school coach sucks. That's just true of a lot of guys that aren't just
correct
monsters, or at big time, programs with just this long history of producing, like St. Ignatius or something like that, right? Like it's a different animal. This guy that coaches the O-lines probably works some other job somewhere, and or he's a teacher at the school or something like that, right? I mean, that's just the reality of it.
He's making about $3,000 to coach high school football. I mean, that's just just what it is, man.
That's right. Yeah, Vince, you know about that.
All too well.
Yeah. And well, I don't know. Is it like this, Vince, in Indiana? Do a lot of guys coach 2 ways, or do you have like full staffs, like offense and defensive staffs? Normally,
it depends on how they want to break it up and how they want to disseminate the funds.
Yeah, at a school like this, do you think he probably has just an O-line coach?
Yes. Yeah, Hamilton Southeastern is a pretty good sized school, so I'm sure that they have both sides of the ball.
Yeah. So, Vince, overall, let's talk about this. What is your overall feel for Styles Prescott as a player?
I think the biggest thing I can say is it's high ceiling. I think this kid has a high ceiling. I think he's got, like you said, the right demeanor, and that's big in an offensive lineman. I think he's smart. I think he's got good vision, which is exciting. Needs some work. He's not a guy that's going to come in on day one and be pushing for a starting spot. But guess what? My thought process on an offensive lineman is that's a few and far between. Like that's the unicorn. Normally you come in and you get bigger and stronger. Your technique gets bigger over 1 or 2 years. Now you're competing as like a true junior, which would be like a redshirt sophomore. Like that's when I anticipate most offensive linemen are going to be competing for a position. Right. This kid fits that mold, right? He's got the size. He's got the frame. Can't teach frame, right? He's got the frame that you can work with that Coach Bayless is going to be excited about.
It'd be pretty awesome. You can like stretch kids out. Like that'd be
right.
Pretty cool, right? Like I'm gonna turn this 6'1" kid, 6'5" monster with 35-inch arms, baby. I wish there was that, but that doesn't.
Yeah, me too. Because I would have been on that rack trying to stretch myself out a little bit.
6'4".
Yeah,
no doubt.
Right. Yeah,
no
exactly.
Doubt.
But no, I like the upside of this kid a lot, and I also like the fact that he's kind of been a Notre Dame guy all along, and that kind of excites me as well. He sees what's special about Notre Dame. He wanted to be a part of it, and this is a fun high ceiling kid that's going to be fun to watch.
But he was also smart enough to see the process through.
Exactly.
That's the thing
really
I like too, Vince.
Yeah,
is he loved Notre Dame early on. You just kind of thought. I remember when they first offered him. I believe you and I talked about like, yeah, they're going to get this kid. But he didn't just jump into the class right away.
Right.
He saw the process through. That shows me some thoughtfulness.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that's just one of those little things you look for. Because look, I'm gonna be honest with you, folks. If Styles wanted to commit back in March, they'd have taken his commitment back in March.
Sure.
I mean, just they'd have taken his commitment in April. He didn't wait till June to commit because Notre Dame wasn't willing to take him. I mean, they'd have taken him. I don't know if they'd have taken him right away when they first offered him because they were still in the getting to know you process a little bit with him. But once they kind of got through all that stuff, he became a guy they wanted very early, very early. And so a guy that they would have taken, Vince, but he was patient. He saw the process through. Now he's still committing early. He's committing in June.
Sure, but
it
the
was
coaches
a good
allowed him to,
almost,
though, too, which
yeah.
you mentioned earlier, which I really like. They didn't push to be like, hey, you don't commit now, it's not going to happen.
Right.
Hey, explore your options. And that's what I would want to see from a coach, to be honest with you, is, if my kid's getting recruited and he gets offered or whatever, they're going to be like, hey, see what else is out there. Make sure this is the right fit for you because we think it's the right fit. And we're going to tell you why it's the right fit. But you've got to make sure it's the right fit. Otherwise, you end up with a kid who commits early and then they're like, well, I should have done my due diligence. I really wanted to go look at this school, or I really wanted to go look at this school. And then you just run into too many issues. So it's good to cover all of your bases before the commitment happens so that once you are committed, it's over. You're shutting it down. Done. It's done. I like that from both sides of it, from both sides.
I think that this is also him. They've known they're going to get him for a while, even though that they didn't push. They knew where they stood. They knew it was going to take them doing something stupid to not get this kid, right? But this is also why you saw them back off some other guys at tackle, because they just felt comfortable with where they were with Styles. And once you get Styles, as we kind of wrap up this as sort of a what's next with a quick what's next. If basically Notre Dame would say, if we get Styles, they're good ending the class here, but they don't want to end the class here. There's one more guy on the board, and that's Gearby Lambert. I don't know if Notre Dame is going to continue to push for Grant Bricks. I don't think that they will. I got to still get that answer, but my read on based on things that I've been told in the past is I think it's now Gearby or bust is essentially where this offensive line class is. You've got a guy in Peter Jones that is a tackle guard prospect. You've got a guy in Anthony Knapp that's a tackle guard prospect. Both project more inside guys, but play tackle in high school. Maybe could play tackle if you need him to at the next level. I think of those two, I'd say Anthony Knapp probably has the most natural tackle skills of the two. We'll see if he's got the length, but he's a guy that could play tackle. So you have some insurance there if there's a need. Somebody in the chat had mentioned Robert Hainsey as being a comp. I didn't watch the junior film or the spring film and come away with the same blown away impression that the person that made that posted. But I think the Robert Hainsey comparisons make a lot of sense for a guy like Anthony Knapp. They'd like to bring him inside, but he can play some tackle. So the point is, they don't need to reach for another tackle at this point in time. Now that you have Styles, who is a pure tackle, you've met your numbers need. You definitely have one guy at tackle. You have potentially two that could play tackle. And I think Peter Jones could play tackle in a Tommy Kramer 2017 type of way. Just a really road grader power tackle. I just like his game a lot better as a guard. He's a top 250, 300 kid as a tackle. For me, he's a top 150 player as a guard for me, Peter Jones. And so I grade him as a guard. And I believe that's where Notre Dame would like to play him, I think. I'm not 100% certain on that. We'd have to ask Peter what they're telling him, but that's just sort of the impression I got. And I think that's where his game is ideally suited. So you're good there. Now it's basically there's one guy that we would go to for to get, and that's Gearby Lambert, who was on campus this past weekend. So why Gearby? Number one is I do think there's a desire for a second pure tackle in the class if it's a big-time guy. So you say, well, why not just take another second tackle anyway? If you don't get Gearby, go for someone else. A couple reasons. It's a very fair question to those who have it. I know that people are thinking it. Well, one is it's not a great offensive line class, number one. Number two, you would like to create some distance if possible between the big numbers classes. And three, the 25 class is absolutely loaded. And they just added two more kids to the 25 board with offers this past weekend. Will Black, a kid from Connecticut, and then Maddie Augustine, a kid from Connecticut that they love. Big 6'6", skinny kid, but great frame. He's a basketball player that just like Vince. I don't know if you heard what I was talking about yesterday. I know yesterday was a crazy day for you with last day of school and graduations and all that. So I'm sure you didn't get a chance to listen to yesterday's show yet. But one of the things I talked about was Maddie Augustine's a kid at a private school in Connecticut. And they basically, the story that I read was, because we haven't had a chance to talk to him yet because Ryan's on vacation, but the story I read yesterday was He basically was there to play basketball. He's a really good basketball player. And the football coach was like, dude, you need to try for the football team, because he's like a bigger kid and he's like 6'5", 6'6", so he's not like a 6'9", 6'10" guy that's going to go play Division I basketball. So he's still pretty new to football. And then he reclassified to 2025. So I believe he was a 2024 kid at first. So he reclassified to 2025.
Okay.
And then that kind of creates, gives him more time to learn the game of football. And he was like, my understanding is he was on that borderline, and this as a teacher, there's that borderline, which grade should you be in type of kid.
Like September birthday or like an August birthday, that kind of a thing.
Yeah, or sometimes even like a May, June birthday, because like me, I turned 18 at the end. Like I turned 18 at the end of my junior year. So I could have either been a young kid in the grade below or a tad on the older side in the grade I was in.
Right.
And he's one of those kids. So he moved back to 2025. And so that gives him more time to develop as a player. There's obviously Owen Strebig, the kid from Wisconsin. You've got Avery Gack, the kid from Michigan. David Sanders is going to be a tough pull out of North Carolina, but he's the number one tackle in the class, and Notre Dame has offered. I think there's some early interest there on both sides. We're not quite sure his level of interest, but obviously Notre Dame loves the kid. So it's a much better so far 2025 class. So when you look at a desire to spread the numbers out, it makes sense to not bring another tackle in unless you think that tackle is a dude.
Yeah.
And right now, the only surefire dude that's also a pure tackle, because I think Grant Bricks can play tackle, but I think Grant Bricks might be more in the Anthony Knapp, Peter Jones type of Tommy Kramer type of tackle, that maybe a right tackle power guy that probably, might even be better at guard. Whereas Gearby Lambert is a pure tackle. And he's a star. I mean, I got him as a 4-star top 100 guy right now, Vince, because he's again tad on the raw side, and there's just not a lot of junior film available, so that's mainly off of his sophomore film. What you see in the sophomore film, and you see in the little bit of junior film that I have of him, is you see a kid with monster upside. He reminds me a lot of Ronnie Stanley, body type wise, athleticism, but he's much better at the same age than Ronnie was talent wise, which tells you a lot about how good he is.
Yeah.
So he's just easy 5-star upside, Vince, like easy 5-star upside. And if I had more junior film, I might have him a top 50 guy. We'll see. He's one of those guys that's on the borderline of being a top 50 guy on my grading system, just on God-given ability alone. So, of course, you're going to go after him.
Sure.
And they're battling Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State. Well, Penn State's not really as in it as much anymore because they filled up, and I think they kind of knew that they were behind some other schools. Gotcha. It's really going to come down to mainly Notre Dame, Ohio State, maybe Michigan. Okay. So he's got an Ohio State visit coming up this weekend, then Boston College, and then may take one more that last weekend of June, and then probably get into decision-making mode. Notre Dame did a phenomenal job with him this past weekend, which they needed to do. Coach Rudolph's done a really nice job the last month getting them back in a better place with Gearby. They were his leader when Coach Easton was here. That faded, and now Notre Dame has put themselves where I believe now they're back on top of him. Now, can they stay on top of his leaderboard coming out of the Ohio State visit? That's going to be the question, right? But that's where they're at tackle. That's really the board at this point in time. Okay. And so, yeah, that if you get Gearby, like there's some questions about Coach Rudolph right now recruiting in Notre Dame. Some of it's just natural, overreactions from fans, and some of it's justified. The decision to take Anthony Knapp over Caleb Brewer. There's a couple other tackles on the board that they didn't really make a push for. You're like, well, why not? And then, of course, you start losing ground with Gearby Lambert. That was a little bit understandable. And we've said this before. Vince, you know this, at the high school level, it's the same thing, the same as college. There's a different type of bond that offensive linemen have with their coaches. And that's true at high school, college, everywhere. And that's why I know who your offensive line coach would be if you got back into coaching, because you know that he's able to build that connection with kids and those type of that Chris would be your guy,
100%.
Right? So
100%.
Because it's so important.
Yep.
And so he needed that time to build that relationship with Gearby. And so that's coming along.
And it takes time.
Yeah,
it takes time, but you're right. Anybody that's ever been around a football team knows that there's a bond. Like for example, Chris would always go out at the end of every year and he would get a plaque for every kid on his starting offensive line with a picture of the 5 of them and him at the last game of the season and get up a plaque. And, like that was their thing. And like all the other position groups were jealous of like the bond that the offensive line group had with their offensive line. Like it's a thing, people. I'm telling you, it's real. And so you make a really good point that takes time. That doesn't just happen overnight.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's why there's donuts for the O linemen on Saturday film, after a Friday night game.
Yeah.
It's just different, man. It's just different.
So Gearby is it. That's where the focus is. I view him as a left tackle. I think he's definitely a left tackle to me. So we'll see how that one finishes out. We should hopefully the next month or so, he'll enter decision-making mode, hopefully in the next month or so. I don't get the impression he's a kid that wants to take this into the fall. I don't think he's someone who necessarily loves the recruiting process per se. Not that he hates it, but just he's not a kid. Look at me. He doesn't tweet a million things. He doesn't have any. Can't even find an Instagram page for the kid. He's just a go do your work, go to school, get my work done, work hard, and that just be a teammate and not into the games and all that stuff. Sure. So I would imagine he's going to want to make a decision after the visits are over. And hopefully Notre Dame can maintain where they are now. There's work to be done, but I like where they're at right now. And that's basically it's either going to be Gearby or bust, I believe, is how we're going to see this 2024 offensive line class fill out.
So 10th commitment in the offensive side of things for the 24 class. Brian is going to have more on the offensive recruiting for 24 tomorrow in the 1:00 show. And so he's going to break that down, get into a little bit more detail about where they are on the offensive side, where this offensive class kind of ranks over the last few years with Notre Dame and where they rank across the board. So that should be a fun one.
The need to finish. We'll also talk a little bit about Texas recruiting tomorrow as well.
Yeah. And the recruiting of Deland McCullough, which has been outstanding.
Yeah.
Since he walked.
We'll talk a little bit about that. There's going to be some questions about Deland.
I did start one of those.
Beginning. So yeah, we're going to talk about that one probably today. Yes. I imagine we're going to get to that one today.
So that's
two commitments for Notre Dame, right, Vince?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's going to do it for our double commitment show. Now, stay tuned because we are going to have a mailbag. We got a bunch of questions started up over here. But before we get to that, make sure you hit the like button, hit that subscribe, hit the notification bell, all those fun things. Tell your friends and family about the Irish Breakdown podcast because it's nothing but good stuff. And we come at you 2 times a day normally. We've got the 1:00 show, and then we got IB Nation Sports Talk at 6:00 every night. So lots of content.
Are you on tonight, or is Jesse on tonight?
Jesse is on tonight. Okay. No, actually, it's Tim Priester and Sean, as well as Jesse's going to be in there for rapid fire. So should be a fun one. So Big Tim's coming over, and he's going to sit down with Sean, and they're going to have a nice little chat. So looking forward to that one, actually. So again, like, subscribe, hit that notification bell because you never know when there's going to be a commitment. We're going to be on, so you need that notification.
I'll just tease y'all with this. I don't think they're done for the week.
Oh, I love it.
Just saying.
All right, Brian, it's that time. It's time to hit the mailbag. The people want it. We're going to give it to them. And right off the bat, Anthony Solomon with the super chat. My guy, appreciate it very much. Said the OG's in the house today. That's right. And we're going to be in the house a lot more now that it's summer break. And I can't tell you how excited I am about that.
Yeah, although Vince is like, hey, I got this new thing that's going to keep me from doing a show. I got this other new thing that's going to keep me from doing a show.
Right?
My kid's playing in a national championship.
Yeah,
whatever.
Just regional. But still, it's very expensive, unfortunately, which is not the part that I like very much.
I get it.
Based on what I just put down for the hotel, they better have really good Wi-Fi. But anyway, thank you, Anthony. Really appreciate that very, very much. This Friday, by the way, just throwing it out there since we're in the mailbag. It's the Friday free-for-all mailbag, and I'm going to be on the show, and I'm freaking fired up about it.
Fired up. Yeah, we haven't had a chance to do a lot of these together.
Gosh, I'm excited. Yeah. Okay. Another super chat from Raymond. Thank you very much, Raymond. Great day for our football team. What I really want to know is where you got that Irish Breakdown sign behind you, Vince. I need that. Thanks, guys. I'll tell you what, Raymond. First of all, thanks for the super chat. Second of all, if you are on Twitter, go ahead and DM me, and I will shoot you the information on the guy that did that for me. It's awesome.
I'm just going to throw your Twitter handle out there, Vince, for him.
Yeah,
just in case.
It's at Coach D'Addario. Really simple. At Coach D'Addario, Dedario. And you can DM me, and I will give you his information. He's awesome. He does all kinds of stuff. He loves doing new stuff. He did a pen one for me. He did a Notre Dame leprechaun for me. They both hang in my office at school. So very reasonable, and it's such good work that he does. So thanks, Raymond. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, I remember when you called me to tell me you wanted to bring that over. You're like, I got something I got to show you. And you showed it to me, and I was like, it was like really cool, but I was like, wait a minute, this isn't for me.
It's for me.
Selfish son of a. No, it was. Yeah,
that's great.
So yeah, it was a good one. Very good one. All right, let's get back up here. We got one more super chat here.
Okay,
but
cool.
I'm still thinking through what my answer to that one would be yet, because I haven't done the comp yet. So it's a question about comp from Zach. So I'll get to that one.
Gotcha.
I'm thinking about that one. So when I'm ready to answer that one, I'll bring it up.
Fair enough. Stevie Wonder says Deland has been killing it in recruiting / coaching. No doubt about that, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, look. Sometimes guys come to a school with a big reputation and they don't pan out, or some guys come to a school and you don't know what the heck they're going to do, and they end up doing great. They don't do anything, and then vice versa. A guy comes with a great reputation, doesn't do a good job.
Sure.
And when you talk about Deland McCullough, this is what you hoped you would be getting when they got him. This is why it was a big pickup. You're talking about a guy that did a phenomenal job at Indiana for years, just produced 1,000-yard backs like every year, turned guys that no one ever heard of into NFL draft picks. And then he goes to USC, works with Ronald Jones, does a great job there, leaves USC to go to the Chiefs, wins a Super Bowl, and then goes back to Indiana, and Notre Dame's able to get him as part of Marcus Freeman's first staff, and you're like, this is what you hoped you would get. And I honestly thought he was leaving after this year. I did. Yeah. I had so many different people telling me that he's going to the NFL, and I had a conversation to the point where I just assumed it was going to happen. And I might have even talked about that on the show. I just assumed it was going to happen. I know you and I talked about this. And I had a conversation with somebody at Notre Dame, and I was like, so, yeah, it looks like Deland's going to leave, huh? And he was like, that's what I thought too. There's been a lot of NFL teams that have come calling for him, and he keeps telling them all the same thing. I'm not going anywhere. I like it here. I don't know how long that's going to last.
Right.
But I'll just say this. Deland McCullough turned down a lot of NFL jobs this offseason to stay at Notre Dame and work with these kids and recruit these kids.
That's awesome.
And honestly had reasons to leave. He's going to have 2 kids at Oklahoma next year. He could have gone back to the Chiefs and replaced Eric Bieniemy and, be the new running backs coach, and he's closer to his kids or something, because he's very much about the kids, right? I mean, he's a big time into his kids' lives, and he's a very active dad. And if you know his backstory, you understand why he puts so much value on being a present father, and so that's a really cool part of it. But he's staying, and he's got one more much younger child compared to the others. So he's staying Notre Dame, and he's recruiting like a guy that isn't going anywhere too, Vince. I mean, when you look at the job he's done, because he's actually landed 4 kids at Notre Dame, because a lot of times we forget he brought Jabron Payne with him, which is sometimes I forget, because that class technically wasn't like you already had Jadarian Price, and he didn't recruit Jadarian. It was that Brian Kelly, Marcus Freeman combo class. And then, of course, when Deland comes from Indiana, he had landed Jabron Payne at Indiana, and then Jabron got out of his letter of intent and ends up coming to Notre Dame. And so you get him to go with Jadarian Price. That's turned out to be an important pickup now with Jadarian's injury and Logan Diggs leaving. Now, all of a sudden, that Jabron Payne pickup, which was questionable simply from the standpoint of Jabron's injuries. He had been injured basically the 2 previous years, so there was a little bit of an unknown, but the talent was there. But, you look at it, Vince, and I mean, just the job he's done, you get Aeneas Williams, and then look, to convince a top 100 caliber back to come to a school that's loaded like Notre Dame's running back depth chart is, and you've already got a 4-star kid in the class, that's impressive work, really impressive work. And then he basically landed his number 1 back in this year's class at all purpose, this number 1 pure runner, and then he lands a guy last year in Jeremiah Love. That a big part of the reason Notre Dame got Jeremiah last year was because of Deland McCullough getting on him before a lot of the other big schools have. I'm going to tell you a little story. I think I can share the story now.
I like stories.
So basically, a scenario was created in which the Love family was trying to really find out if Deland McCullough, they put a lot of value in honesty and integrity, and they knew that they were just getting a lot of BS from a lot of coaches. So they were trying to do some things and ask some questions to try to find out if coaches are being honest. So the Love family knew another kid that was being recruited by Notre Dame, and they knew what Deland McCullough had told that kid. And so they kind of asked him during the visit, so what are your thoughts on this, this, or this? And he gave the same exact answer to the Love family about that kid that he gave to that kid's family. And same thing about Jeremiah. And they were like, the fact that he was not, he was honest with both of us, because most coaches will tell you what you want to hear and then tell you what you want to hear. And the fact that Deland was honest with both of them and about the other and about that kid and about the other thing meant so much to the Love family.
Interesting.
Because like, this guy's legit. This guy's going to tell us the truth. This guy's honest. This guy's integrity. This kid cares about my son. All that stuff tracked. And that's really, the track record speaks for itself from a coaching standpoint, but it's the guy. It's the work ethic. It's the work he puts into it. It's the relationships he builds. He's almost like an O-line coach in a lot of ways, the way he builds relationships with kids. You know who he reminds me a lot of is Tony Alford. I mean, that's what made Tony so successful. His kids just loved the guy.
Yeah.
And you're seeing that with Deland, but he doesn't do it in a way that's like phony. Hey, I'm your buddy. It's still very much a father figure-ish. Not that he's trying to be a father figure, because a lot of these kids have fathers. You know what I mean? But more of a, when you come here, that's the role I'm going to fill. I'm not your friend. I'm not your buddy. I'm your coach. But yet it's still that connection, that bond. You know, he has your back. And then, of course, he has a plan for how he's going to make you the best player you can be. And he sells it. And it doesn't hurt that he walks in and he goes like this, and he's got this big giant Super Bowl ring on his finger.
Yeah, that doesn't hurt.
With the Chiefs. That doesn't hurt either.
Does not hurt.
So he's really just done a great job. Yeah. And running back recruiting was going well under Lance Taylor, and he's taken it to a whole nother level, man. Yeah. He really has. And the other thing I like too, Vince, is he's focusing a lot on diverse skills. It's not a bunch of cookie cutter backs.
Right. They complement each other.
All three of them.
Yeah.
Of the last 2-year classes.
And that goes along with what he said when he first walked in the door. He's like, I've got 8 starting positions in the running back room. He's like, it could be the same guy for all 8. It could be this, that, or could, whatever. He looks for guys that are going to complement what he needs to get done. He doesn't want the same guy recreated in everybody that's in the room. That's not what he even wants. And so I like that he's actually following through with that, and he's recruiting that way as well. So again, man of his word, right? I mean, he basically said, this is what I'm looking for, and what he has brought to the table in recruiting shows it.
Yeah. So Deland McCullough is really just, I mean, Vince, he's aced it so far.
It's going to be, and I know he's not going to stay and be a running backs coach forever. I get that.
Because he said it. I mean, he's been honest.
Right.
He told Marcus Freeman when he got hired, I want to be a head coach.
Right. It's going to be a sad day when he leaves. That's all I'll say. I'll be happy for him and his career aspirations and all of that.
But the key is what? Yeah. Leave the room in a place where every running back coach in America is going to want to be pounding on the door wanting to come coach those kids. And that's what he's doing. Look, I don't have a problem with coaches wanting to leave.
No, me either.
At the end of the day, you got to do what's best for you and your family, just like players do, just like everybody else does. All I ask is do it the right way and do it with integrity.
Yep.
And Deland McCullough has said, I want to be head coach. He's been very honest. He was honest with Marcus Freeman during the interview process. He's been honest since he's been here. And so I kind of understand why he hasn't gotten a head coaching job, which is a different conversation for a different day. And it's a lot of different factors that goes into it. But you're just like, man, if you all understand what makes what the value of a head coach, teams should be looking at this guy. And if Lance Taylor can get a head coaching job at a Western Michigan, I got to think somebody's going to be smart enough to hire Deland McCullough in the next couple of years. But the key is, did you leave the room better than you found it?
Right.
Did you leave the room in a position to where when you leave, the coach is going to have something really impressive to sell to the guy I'm going to hire to replace you? And Deland McCullough is absolutely doing that. Whoever's going to replace him is going to get a well-coached, very talented, deep room. That's just a fact. and he's gonna make that job incredibly attractive. Incredibly attractive move forward. And the success he had getting a Jeremiah Love, if you don't get Jabron Payne in the 22 class, are you able to move Chris Tyree to receiver? I don't think you are.
Agreed.
I don't know that you are. If you don't get a player like Jeremiah Love, who's a high level, could help you as a freshman running back in the 23 class, are you able to move Chris Tyree to running back without getting a couple transfers, especially now that Logan Diggs is gone?
Right.
I don't think you can. And so it's not just impacting the running back room, the job he's done.
Right.
So and it says a lot that Jabron was just, as soon as he left, immediately, I'm in the portal, I'm getting him out of my NIL, because he wasn't going to Indiana for Indiana. He was going to Indiana for Deland McCullough. I mean, that's just the reality of it, Vince.
Right.
And then came to Notre Dame, and he's thriving, and Jabron's doing well. He's doing well. So yeah, good question. So I think we kind of knocked out the Deland McCullough part of this, this conversation.
I agree.
No doubt.
Question from John. He says, what is the ideal amount of carries for a bell cow back in today's game, and does Young fit that mold? It's funny, John, and I don't know if John is a premium subscriber on the message board or not.
I think he is, yes.
As I say, you actually put somebody asked this exact question on the message board.
Not about him, but in
general,
about the current roster.
Correct. Yeah. And about, what does a bell cow back essentially, like what's the carry breakdown going to be? And I thought your answer was really good. I'll let you say it. I don't want to steal your thunder, but I
don't remember exactly what I said, but basically when I looked
350 was the overall, and then you kind of broke
I took
it down.
The average of where they've been the last 5 years.
Okay.
Like there were some years they were like, this year they're like 430. And this is just carries for the running backs, not overall carries, just carries for the running backs.
Gotcha.
And I think I had Audric at like 220 to 225, I think. And that was, I'm trying to think of what that percentage was, Vince. I mean, that's under 20 a game, right? I mean, 220 divided by 13, and that's over the course of an entire season, 12 games plus a bowl game is what that includes. That's 17 carries a game. Then you're going to get, 2-3 receptions a game. So that you're about 20 touches a game is essentially where you're going to be as a bell cow back, which means what? Some games, when you play Ohio State, you're at 25. When you play, USC, you might be at 25, 27. But when you play Navy, you're at 15. When you play Tennessee State, you're at 12.
Right.
When you're Central Michigan, you're at 15. So it balances out to about 20 a game. And so that's kind of how I see it. And then, of course, the next 125, 130 are kind of split up between the next two backs. I kind of looked at it as like a 2-3 type of thing that gets, probably what's 220? What's 220 out of 350, Vince? What's that percentage? That is about 63%. So you got about 37%. Did I say 63? Make sure I'm doing the math here, right? If I said 62 and then 37, you're like, oh, you're missing a percentage there, numbnuts. So about 37%. Your top two backs are going to get about like 30 of that, and then you hope that your backups and your younger guys can get some mop up touches as well. And then part of that just depends on, is there a guy that establishes himself as number two,
right,
or not? I think this year it's going to be more of a 2-3, where the two guys are going to split those carries. You're going to see whether it's Jeremiah Love, whether it's Jaren Price, Jabron Payne, or Devin Ford. I think it's going to be more of a split situation, whereas last year was like 1 and 2. It's like 1A, 1B, and then 3 with Tyree. Because everybody talks about like the 165 carries you got to replace with Logan Diggs. Well, you also have 100 carries from Chris Tyree that have to get replaced. Mm-hmm. And so, now some of that will still be Chris Tyree, jet sweeps and stuff like that. But the other part, I mean, that's got to get replaced by some of it. Audric's going to take maybe half of Logan's carries, but you still have all of the other half of Logan's carries plus the 100 from Chris Tyree that have to get split up between the other backs. So there's going to be plenty of opportunities for Notre Dame's running backs this year, especially if they're able to get a couple big wins early, which hopefully they'll be able to do, Vince.
You're right. Absolutely.
So it's a very good question, John. I wish I knew what thread that was asked in. I can't remember what.
I know. I just read it the other day. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. So, I mean, it's a fairly recent thread, but yeah.
Yep. All right. Here's another one.
Bailey Brad says, how much weight do you put on the recruit's offer list when evaluating a player? Bradley Shaw from Alabama, for example, has an offer from 13 out of 14 SEC schools.
Well, it depends, Bradley, Bailey Brad. First of all, you'd be foolish to ignore an offer list. You also are foolish to overemphasize an offer list for a couple reasons. Number one is you don't know why a kid was being offered by certain schools. If a kid gets offered from Bama, let's say, and Bama's looking at him, let's say he has this is just in general, it doesn't even have to be about Bradley Shaw. Are they recruiting him because he's got a really talented 2025 teammate that they want? Or do they need depth at the position? Or is he not being recruited to be the dude, but more for depth? You don't know the answer. Does he even have a committable offer? I mean, Alabama offers a lot of kids.
Way more than Notre Dame does.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah.
But most of those kids don't have offers. I mean, don't have committable offers. And so you have to be able to look at it, Vince, with the proper context, in my opinion, and be able to say, hey, what's the level of interest there? Is he a top priority? Is he we're on the board because if we miss out on our first three guys, we'll go to him. And if you don't have that context, you can't properly understand an offer list, right? In one way or the other. And so that's the thing. The other part of it too, Vince, and I know that you agree with me on this, it varies by position.
Mm-hmm.
If a Midwestern offensive lineman does not have an offer from Iowa, I got to question that. If you're an Illinois offensive lineman and you have an offer from Iowa, it's not going to be an end-all be-all for me, but it's going to make me ask questions. If you're a Midwestern offensive lineman and Iowa wants you bad, that says a lot more for me than if you have a Michigan State offer, a Penn State offer, and until Sharon Moore showed up, a Michigan offer, right? And so you have to be able to look at that too. There was a time when if a kid had a Wisconsin, if a kid was from Illinois and he had an offer from Wisconsin and Iowa, you're like, yeah, he's probably pretty good.
Right.
Don't even have to see the film. He's probably pretty good. I think Notre Dame became one of those schools, which is why you would see kids' offer lists blow up when Harry Heastan would offer them. You know
right.
what I mean? It's like all of a sudden, like everybody and their mother's offering.
Sure. And I think you always told me, like when we would always have the star talk, right? Whether it was in a chat or whatever, we would always talk about stars. And you're like, you know what? Stars or whatever, they are what they are. You can glean more out of the offer list than I think you can the star list. But with everything that you just said, I think is very important. But looking at an offer list, I think also tells a little bit more of the tale, especially with some of the offensive line position and things of that nature. Just like you said, I think that is somewhat of the key. Is like, what are the offers? Just because it's 13 out of 14 SEC schools, okay, that's one thing. But what are the offers, and all of those different things. I like looking at an offer list. I do, even more so than stars. But you also have to be careful.
Right. You know what it is, Vince? If I could, because I go on tangents and rants about a lot of this stuff from time to time. If I could give people advice on how to properly view these things, stop looking at offer lists as the end-all be-all. Stop looking at star rankings as the end-all be-all, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. However, they're all valuable resources if you're willing and able to look at them in the proper context. That's always my point. If I thought stars were stupid and should never be used to evaluate recruits, then guess what? I wouldn't use them. I do use them. And so I can't sit here and say, hey, don't be stupid and look at star rankings when you're like, except for yours. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's just understand the proper context. Know what this particular recruiting service values. Know what they put their emphasis on. Know what parts of the country they have a very high accuracy rate on, which parts they have a very low accuracy rate on, which positions this particular outlet tends to nail, which ones they tend to miss. What positions as an industry do we tend to miss the most on? Offensive line and quarterback are two that we miss on as an industry a lot. So keep that in mind. What are positions where 3 stars tend to have a higher rate of coming out of nowhere and being good, much more so at some positions than other. You see a lot of former 3-star and 2-star kids coming out of nowhere at offensive line and at
All the
wide
time.
receiver,
Yeah.
right? You don't see it as much at defensive end and defensive tackle. You'll see it, but not as much.
Right.
A lot of the high draft picks in the NFL are guys that were 4-star or higher kids, right? So it's all part of the evaluation process. And if you don't understand the proper context, then you can misuse what is otherwise a good resource.
Sure.
But it's also about using them all in context. Well, this kid has a really good offer list, but he's a consensus 3-star recruit. Why? And then do some research as to why. Why has this kid got a great offer list? Well, there's one of two reasons. One is the recruiting services are off. Or two, and this circles back to the Bailey Brad's question, maybe a lot of these schools like this kid, but they like him as a depth player or a really good plan B as opposed to a dude.
Sure.
And so that's why the context of why a kid has certain offers is so important. Why a kid is ranked at a certain place is so important. And you need to understand those things to really properly understand where a kid is ranked, why a kid has an offer, and those type of things. And then you also have to look at your own school when you're evaluating these things too. This is a little different than the question, and say, hey, what are the areas where our school that I root for has a tendency to turn these lower ranked kids into dudes?
Right.
And so when you see those offers go out of that position, you say, okay, I'm going to give this guy the benefit of the doubt because he does this consistently. And he turns these guys into really good players. Like Harry Heastan didn't take a lot of 2-star kids and turn them into first-round picks. But a lot of those kids he turned into first-round picks weren't 5-stars either.
Right.
You know, Quentin Nelson was a 5-star according to Rivals, but ESPN had him out of the top 100. You know, Mike McGlinchey was a 4-star kid, but he was like a 175 to 250 kind of guy by some. I think some had him as a 3-star. Ronnie Stan was a top 200 kid, not a 5-star. Alex Bars was a top 100-ish caliber kid. Sam Muster was a 4-star kid. Robert Hainsey was ranked super high. Liam Eichenberg was ranked super high by some, not by others. Right? I mean, so again, he wasn't taking 3-stars and turning them into studs in most instances, although there were some kids that way that he was able to do that with. And so, you know, but were those kids good because of the star ranking? No, they were good because they had the talent. And in that particular instance, the ranking services got it correct, or, you know, wherever the case may be. And that's why I say you're not defined by your stars. Don't matter. They don't define a player. You're defined by your talent. And then the star ranking is accurate or not based on the ability of the people assigning it to identify that talent. And that's the whole point. But they're all film. Look at the film first. Look at star rankings with the proper context. Look at offers with the proper context. You know, like, for example, Clemson just went down into Georgia and landed a big-time top 100 linebacker, Sammy Brown, big-time player. Oh, they beat Georgia for him. Did they, though? He had a Georgia offer, but Georgia wasn't really pushing for him the way Clemson was because, you know, the things that I've been told is that maybe he wasn't a great fit for what Georgia does. When there's other guys they like better. Okay. You got to understand that. He had a Georgia offer. Right. But was he a priority number 1 recruit for Georgia at that position? Maybe not. Still a great pickup for Clemson, though.
Sure.
Just because Georgia didn't seem as a fit in their defense doesn't mean he's not a great fit in Clemson's defense. And that's all part of it, Vince. And so I think if you can go into to looking at these things with the proper context, then I think that'll help you get a better idea of just what kind of player a guy is if you take them all together. And so I think Bradley Shaw is a really good football player. I just don't know if the fit is there as far as the projection is there. You know, does him being a really good football player in high school project to him being a really good football player in college? That I don't know.
Sure.
And those are the questions that you have to ask yourself when you're looking at these things. So good question. Very good question. And then I do finally have an answer. Well, actually, Raymond Horton says, I don't have Twitter or Facebook. I do know how to email.
So I put your email in the chat if you don't mind, since everybody kind of knows what yours is. And
yeah, mine's really hard to find. Like, it's a secret. Don't tell anyone. Brian at IrishBreakdown.com. Oh, yeah, no one's going to figure that out.
Yeah, and not that mine's a big secret, but I figure it's
better to do that. And then I'll forward it to you.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, yes, Raymond will hook you up, get you all
yours is, it's understandable.
And it's complicated, too.
Yeah. It's like, remember when we first went over to we launched Irish Break, or it was Irish Maven.
Yes.
It's like si.com/college/Notre Dame. And Angela was like, I got you. So Angela then went and got irishbreakdown.com and then just redirects it to the SI site. It's like, this is so much easier.
Yes.
Because when I go on the local radio show, they'd be like, where can people find you? And I'm like,
just Google my name.
Yeah. You really want to give that web address? So then when Angela hooked me up with the irishbreakdown.com one, it made it so much easier.
Yes.
So much easier.
Yes. So Zach Martin, thank you for the super chat, Zach. Very much appreciate it. Got my credit card back. Who's your comp for Prescott?
You know who my comp for Prescott is? Honestly, it is it's Connor Williams. If you remember Connor Williams from Texas. Similar body type, 6'5"-ish, 270, good athlete, but not an elite athlete, strong kid, needed technical work. I think Connor Williams is a really good comp. I had a couple guys that kind of fit the mold, but I was like, nah, it doesn't fit there. That guy was a lot bigger.
Okay.
This is what I try to do for comps, right? I want to find a guy with a somewhat similar body type, somewhat similar game, somewhat similar strengths and weaknesses, but it doesn't have to be a direct for direct, right? And it isn't a comp isn't to say this guy is going to be a first team all, like when I compare CJ Carr to Joe Burrow, it's not meant to predict that CJ Carr is going to throw 60 touchdown passes and over 5,000 yards as a senior. If he does, great, but it's not that. It's not that CJ Carr, it's his style of play and body type and skills are similar to those that Joe Burrow possesses, style of play wise, body type wise. It doesn't mean he necessarily has Joe Burrow's tools because nobody thought Joe Burrow was Joe Burrow coming out of high school.
He wouldn't have transferred away from Ohio State.
He was a top 200 some kind of guy. You know what I mean? And so that's what comps are meant to be. Body type, style of play, things like that. It's not a direct, okay, well, Connor Williams is a multi-year starter in the NFL, so this kid will, although it could be in some instances, but it's not designed to be that. So I think Connor Williams from Texas is a really good comp. And I try not to always find Notre Dame comps because it's not always clean. I'll use a Notre Dame comp if it makes sense and it's easy.
Sure. Yeah. And
it fits well. And so to me, I think if I'm trying to, because what I do, if y'all haven't seen it yet, actually I'm gonna put it on this. I'm gonna put it on the site now, Vince. Actually,
okay.
I believe I have the commits board. I don't have Styles Prescott on there, but I do have Kedren Young on there. I'm pretty sure. Let me just go here. Yeah, and in the breakdown, I actually do because people keep asking for it. I'm gonna put it in the chat here. Is my commits board? It doesn't rank the commits number one to whatever, but the class. There's a bunch of links at the bottom that'll take you to my offensive board and defensive board for commits. There, I actually rank them. Offensive commits, defensive commits. I rank their current grade and then their upside grade. So if you want rankings, you'll find those at the bottom of the link of the one I just put in. This one is just the profiles and the individual rankings for each player, but they also both have comps. And so on some of them, I have comps for certain players. Like Aeneas Williams, it's impossible for me to find a better comp than Kyron Williams.
Right.
And not because it's like a lazy, I'll just pick a Notre Dame guy.
Yeah.
It just makes sense.
Yeah.
Right? It's just it's hard to ignore that one. None of the other skill players that I have are Notre Dame comps. The only other offensive but then I get down to the offensive line, and the Tommy Kramer, Peter Jones comp is just too easy.
Yeah.
The Anthony Knapp, Jarrett Patterson comp is just too easy to go with the Notre Dame guy. So I do go there, but there's only 3 of the now 10 offensive commits that I have as comps for former Notre Dame players. I'm trying to look at the defense. None on the defensive line are Notre Dame comps. None of the linebackers are Notre Dame comps. I think the only guy on there's 2 guys on defense that I have as Notre Dame comps. I have Kennedy Urlacher with Alohi Gilman, and then Carson Hobbs and Devin Butler are my 2 Notre Dame comps. But so that's 5 out of 19 kids or comps that are only Notre Dame kids. So I try to use others, but yeah, I think the Connor Williams one for me, it makes a lot of sense. It's probably the most natural of the 4 or 5 that I really thought about, because I try to think about where they were in high school and then also where they were in college. So Connor Williams put on a lot of weight. He got to 315. I actually think I'll ask you this, Vince. You've seen the photos of him from his visits. You see him on film. I think this kid's one of those 270 to 310, 315 guys.
Yeah.
I think he's got the frame where he's going to really blow up when he gets caught. Like some guys are like, okay, he's 270, but like Emil Wagner, you looked at him and he's 270. You're like, yeah, he's 270. I don't know if he can get to 290.
It's just skinny dude.
He was just rocks.
Yeah,
just rocked.
Yes.
Another kid, you're like, this kid's going to be like when we saw Joe Wall. It's like, yeah, he's 240 now, but he's going to be over 300 pounds.
And he
I didn't know he'd get there so quick. You know what's funny? Because whenever I think of how surprised me, I always think of Vince. So Joe Walt's freshman year, I wasn't able to go to practices because I wasn't vaccinated. So Vince went to practices, and I remember you sent me the video after practice of just Joe Walt go. You're like, who is this guy? Isn't that what you asked me? Like, who is this? It was
during FSA. It was like at the beginning.
He was just going through stretch.
I was just watching him stress. Like, who the heck is this guy?
Yeah, because he's huge, but he's so athletic.
Yeah,
and I was like, dude, that's Joe Walt. And I'm like, I was floored. I mean, to see this kid already 300 pounds, I thought he'd be 300. Like now he'd be entering 300 pounds.
Right.
And he's like, and he just is so athletic. So some guys just have that frame, Vince, where you just know they're going to blow up. And I think Styles is one of those guys. So that's another reason I compare him to Connor Williams, because I do think he's going to be a 310 to 315 guy when it's all said and done. So I think that comp really fits for me, Zach. Very good question. And I think I said the running back comp for Kedren, right, Vince? I said Javonte Williams from North Carolina. I did say that during the show. Okay.
Yep.
Good questions. Very good questions.
All right. Next up, Jordan says, "What do you think makes Coach McCullough such an amazing coach and recruiter? What are the talents that he utilizes?"
Well, hard work.
Mm-hmm.
He's honest.
Relationships.
Those things are very key to building a relationship, Vince.
Yep.
I mean, it's like you and I. You've been married how many years now, Vince?
19 in August.
Right. I'm 15 going on 16. It's not always easy.
No.
But there's two keys that I always tell young people. They ask me, what are two keys to a successful marriage? Work at it and be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Now, part of being honest is being loving. Hey, you look really fat in those jeans. And that's not the kind of honesty we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? That's
not loving.
Right. It's not loving. It's not being outward focused. But it's one of those things where so one bit of advice I gave to someone who was getting married on the message board, I said, look, the biggest key for me is I went through a lot of rough years in my marriage because it was always about what her presence meant for me, right? And how what she did affected me. And when I finally learned what it meant to be a good husband and to be a godly husband was, no. That's not the driving force of what you do. Your driving force is to look outward. What can I do for her? How am I treating her? How am I doing this? Whether she's giving it back to me or not doesn't matter. God doesn't call me to love on my wife if she deserves it, if she's behaving, if she's doing good things to make me happy. It's no, you honor, love, and protect your wife because I said so and because she's your wife. And now that may seem jacked up, but when I started looking at it, and then all my actions are designed towards what can I do to love my wife today? Not, okay, what can she do to make me want to love her? Our relationship took off and we're way healthier now, but it took a lot of work. It took a lot of honest communication, and it took a lot of, because the reason I say this about the marriage thing is because that's how you can build that reciprocal trust. Like, this guy's not in it because of what I can do for him. He's in it because he wants to develop me and to be the best young man I can be. It's that outward focus. Sure. He wants to treat me like a son. He wants to be honest with me. He wants to build me up. He's not afraid to tell me when I'm being a knucklehead or when I'm doing something wrong, sure, because he cares about me. And if someone's not willing to tell you you're doing something wrong and hey, you're fine the way you are, they don't love you. Mm-hmm. They don't, because they're not willing to be honest with you. And that's what kids are looking for. And Coach McCullough is an honest dude. Now, he's not a blunt, jerky, honest guy, but kids, they can trust him, and he works at it. And he's also got a personality that I think people can connect with a little bit. If he wants you to connect with him, you get him in a press conference, he doesn't really care about what we think about him. It's very obvious, but why should he? That's not what he's paid to do. He's paid to coach those young men and recruit these young boys and turn them into young men. And that's where his focus needs to be. I don't care if he's nice to me at a press conference. It means nothing. You know what I mean? Go do your job effectively, and I'm going to have respect for you. I've never had a single conversation with Deland McCullough. Not one. Don't care to, because it just doesn't matter. He doesn't seem receptive to it. It is what it is. But you sit back and watch this guy coach, and you sit back and watch the way the players respond to him, and you sit back and you listen to how recruits respond to him. You're like, this is a guy that understands
you need.
Yes, but but it's a guy that understands what being a coach is all about. It's not just about winning and losing. That's important. And if you're in it to not win and lose, you're also in it for the wrong reasons.
Right. That's a problem.
It needs to be both.
Right.
And I think Deland McCullough understands that. My job is to win. If I don't win, well, I'm fired. But I'm also not doing what I need to do as a man of God if I'm not also taking a lot of pride in the type of young men I'm developing.
Right.
And he seems to take a lot of pride in that, Vince.
I agree.
As a father, as a coach. And I think kids see that, because young people nowadays, especially, Vince, see through the bull BS really well. They know when you're just telling them what you want to hear. They know, because also it used to be back in the day, if you're recruiting a running back from Texas and a running back from New York, they're never going to meet until they get to campus. True. Now they're DMing each other as soon as they know that you're both recruiting each other. They're DM, hey, this is what coach told me. Oh, he told me the same thing. So I'm his number one and you're his number one. This dude's a liar.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that was sort of the scenario that I kind of portrayed earlier, or something like that, where it's like, well, if he's going to tell this kid this, what's he going to tell me he's telling that kid, and what's he going to tell me about my son? And when he basically was truthful and gave them both the same answers, like, yeah, this guy's legit. This guy's the real deal. Mm-hmm. I think those are the things. And part of that, Vince, is part of being a good recruiter, but part of it is you just have to be that kind of person.
Absolutely.
You can't fake it 24/7.
Right.
If you're not that kind of person. And I think that's the thing that Coach McCullough is good at. I think that's what makes Mike Mickens a good recruiter. Mike Mickens is just who he is. I mean, this is me. This is and it's easy to care about kids when you genuinely care about kids, right? It's easy to make kids understand you care about them when you actually do, right? It's a little harder when you don't give a crap, but I got to sell it to get them here because I want to win. Kids see through that. A lot of kids see through that. Sometimes better than parents, to be honest with you. And so I just think it's that part of it those parts of it to me are what really work for him.
And I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole of like this generation, that kind of a thing. But kids,
just be the rest of the show.
Well, kids are raised right now to not just accept whatever an adult tells them, for good or bad. For good or bad. Like when we were kids, like the teachers were here, adults were here, you were here, and you did what they told you to do, and you didn't ask questions, even if you didn't
like it.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like
you were taught to do it.
Yeah. It's a respect thing. It's a whatever, however you want to say it. Kids are this day and age, they will question you and they will be skeptical before anything else. They're going to be skeptical. And so in this case, that's a good thing. It's not always a good thing, but in this case, it's a good thing. So I have noticed that across the board, kids are skeptical and they're not going to trust you right off the bat. You have to earn their trust. And you can decide whether that's a good or bad thing, but you have to earn their trust. And in this regard, when we're talking about Coach McCullough, he has earned the trust of these kids and these families.
Yep. All right, let's get to some more good questions there on that one. So, all right, here we go from Salty Virginia
Salty.
Peanuts, your boy.
Our buddy Salty. How could or should ND best employ the Williams-Young tandem? We're already talking about how we're going to use class of 24 kids.
Well, assuming that they're the two backs at some point in time. So let's say Jeremiah Love has gone off the NFL and he's the number one draft
3
pick.
years from now we're talking about.
Yeah. Or, 2, whatever the case may be, right? Yeah. For whatever reason, these are the number one, number 2 in the depth chart. I think number one, the easiest way is there's a natural 1-2. One guy's your starter, the other guy's your next guy in. So like we saw in past years with Sierra Wood and Jonas Gray, Theo Riddick and Sierra Wood, Josh Adams and CJ Prosise would not be a good example because it was one, there was really no 2. And then when the one got hurt, the next guy goes in. I'm talking about more of the when you used them both together type of rotations.
Right.
Last year was an example of that. We didn't really see that when Kyron Williams was here. We didn't. I mean, Brian Kelly said, what do you use? Remember that when I almost lost it. when he was like, well, we use Chris Tyree as a change of pace, or I mean, to give Kyron a breather. I'm like, what the? You're an idiot. Like, I just,
right.
you know, you have multiple good backs, you use them. We saw that last year with the run game. And so I think you'll see something like that where, you know, Kedren is sort of your number one. He's your Audric.
Mm-hmm.
And then you bring then he's part of a natural rotation where, you know, let's say he gets 60% of the carries of pure running back carries, and then Aeneas would get 35 to 40%, and then maybe a third guy gets the other 5 if it's 35, right? 60, 35 to 40. If it's 35, another kid gets 5%. But if we're going to go 1-2, but then there's also those times, Vince, where you're going to use them together.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I'm talking 60-40, it's just you're the back. We're in 11 personnel, 12 personnel. There's one back. There's back in the game. But there's also, to me, going to be at least 8 to 10 snaps a game where I'm in 20 or 21 personnel, and I'm using them together, and I'm getting Kyron some touches over here in the pass game. So end of the year, you know, let's say that Kedron's got 65% of the carries, 60 to 65% of the carries, which is what we talked about with the breakup. And let's say Aeneas has 30 to 35, let's say 30, and then the other 10% are broken up of just carries. Well, okay, this guy's your lead back. But then you look at it, and Kedron has like 15 catches, mostly on check downs and screens, and then Aeneas has 35, 40 catches.
Yeah.
And because you had packages where you use them together. I could see that. I mean, honestly, Vince, I could see it. It's like, was it you I was talking about this with yesterday? I forget who it was. No, somebody else.
It wasn't me.
It's with Chris Tyree, you're almost in 21 personnel, even when you're in 11 personnel. I think it was actually Smitty I was talking about this with yesterday. And that's what's unique about having a guy like Chris Tyree in the slot, is because you can do everything. You can line up with Chris Tyree in 11 personnel in a split back. And he's a threat to take an outside zone or inside zone or jet sweep handoff.
Yep.
You have to respect that because he has running back skill. But then if you put him in a slot, he can do all the receiver stuff. Well, he's doing that now as a receiver. Aeneas is going to show up at Notre Dame with a far more advanced route running experience than Tyree had coming out of high school.
Right.
So he can do that as a running back. And so that adds a little bit to it as well, where you can be in 21 personnel or 20 personnel and just like that line up and it looks like 11 or 10 because of his skill set. And I think that's when, and you talked about this earlier, Vince, when you talk about complement, that's a complement is partly I want my 1 and my 2 backs to have different skill sets. So you have to prepare for different things. But the other part of complement is I can use these 2 dudes together. And I think that's the part when you talked about complementing earlier, Vince, that you were referring to is the ability to use them together.
Absolutely. 100%. That's what you want, in my opinion, because I want to put 2 backs on the field and I want to get them in motion and I want to put somebody in the slot and I want to have 2 backs in the backfield, whatever. But I want them to complement each other and I want them to be able to attack different parts of the field. I want them to attack the field in different ways. I mean, the more options you have as an offensive coordinator, the better off you're going to be. I don't want 2 of the same guy. You know, I don't. And unless, you know, I've got 2 Michael Jordans on the court at the same time. Okay, I'll find a way to make that work. But, you know, from a running back standpoint and from a wide receiver standpoint, for example, I want guys with different skill sets so that I can stretch the field vertically. I can stretch the field horizontally. I can, you know, do things up the middle. I can do, you know, all the different things. I don't want the same guy. I want guys that are going to complement each other. Yeah.
I think as a defensive coach, Vince, when I have 2 running backs that are running the same stuff, it doesn't matter who's in the game. Exactly. I got to prepare for duo and inside zone and counter.
Yep.
But when one guy comes in and all of a sudden he's running, you know, G scheme and he's running pin and pull and I got to prepare for all that stuff. Absolutely. And it's different. And you say, well, I know what this guy's going to do when he's in the game. That's fine. You know what they're going to do when they're either in the game if you're just running these concepts. But now instead of having 3 or 4 concepts to prepare for, I got to prepare for 8. Yep. Now my running backs only need to know 4 each for you know, hypothetical. I'm just using an extreme example because they're going to know the same stuff. But your defense has to prepare for 8. Now you may say, hey, when this guy's in the game, we're a tendency to do this. But it's still a lot more that you have to prepare for, and you can't spend as much time on handling the duo and inside zone and counter that you can't spend the amount of reps that you're going to need to do to stop Kedron Young doing that, because you also have to prepare for the outside zones the buck sweeps,
Sure.
the G schemes, the jets that we're going to do with with Aeneas Williams in the game, and then when we're in our 21 personnel. Because as you saw on film, if I'm a 21 personnel, or if let's say Kedren Young is on the field with Chris Tyree, for example, I think we can see this from Audric Estime this year. But all of a sudden, my jet action, my running back, means that I now have a lead blocker wearing number 7, or in this case with Kedren, because he wears number 3 in high school, number 3 is now my lead blocker, and so I'm handing a jet sweep off to Aeneas, and I've got him lead blocking out there. You got to prepare for that. You thought I was going to run duo up your face, but instead I'm now running a jet sweep out the opposite direction,
right?
Because I've got this type of duo in the field together. And if you want to stay in the box to handle all that, that's fine. I'm throwing RPOs, I'm throwing screens, I'm getting the ball to Aeneas outside, because it's hard to stop both of it at the same time. And that's the problem that kind of I would go off on this about receivers at Notre Dame. Remember that, Vince? There's like a 2-3 year period, like they were just recruiting basically a bunch of cookie cutter receivers.
Right.
And like every receiver had the same skill set. It's like, that's so much easier to prepare for than what you're going to have now, where Tobias has a different skill set to Jaden Thomas, who has a different skill set to Chris Tyree, who has a different skill set from Deion Colsey. You know what I mean? It's like there's some diversity and skill here now. When you look at last year's class, Rico Flores and Jaden Greathouse were somewhat similar, but even then there were some differences where Jaden was more of a slot outside guy, Rico's more of a pure outside guy, and neither of them are like Braylon James, and none of those 3 are like Caleb Smith. Perfect combination.
Right.
And so I like those. And by having a guy like Aeneas now as one of 2 backs, there's not as much of a need for that Caleb Smith type of player at receiver in this class. So that's why you pass on a Jason Robinson, because you know who can give me that short, really good route running? Aeneas can with Kedren. But it's because you get Kedren that now really ensures that you're good a receiver with the 3 you have now in this class. Because now you're like, well, who's your change of pace? Who's your shifty slot receiver in this class? It's Aeneas Williams.
Right. Absolutely.
And so that's why a kid I love Kedren Kedren to me is the best pure back in this class, easily. But having a guy like Aeneas Williams is so important.
Sure.
Because of it's like, Vince, you've been an offensive coordinator. I've been a play caller before. When you have sort of that toy that you can do so much with, or in your case, maybe you didn't have that guy, but the other team did, and you're thinking of what you would have done if you had that kid on your team.
You're just sitting there dreaming about, okay, well, I would have done this and this, and you're not doing it right. Yeah, absolutely.
I always felt that way when Antoine had David Perkins and Garrett Dieter. You're like, you're not taking advantage of what you have.
Not even
on
close.
That team. Yeah.
Whatever.
Oh my gosh. Good question. Here's an interesting one from Jordan Schreiber. Do you ever get sick of eating out at Italian places, or just Mexican? For me, it's only ever been Mexican. I've only gotten like really bad food poisoning, like maybe 4 times my entire life, including once my senior year of high school. And they were all either Taco Bell or salsas. So I got sick the other night, Vince. That's why I didn't go to
the Irish Invasion.
Yeah, and it's because Ange and I ate at salsas the day before, and it's hit or miss. Because the
That's
food tastes great. You and I have been there before.
Love it,
and I'll go back again. But every now and then
gets you wrong, huh?
Just gets me wrong, man. So I don't know if it's food poisoning per se. Like it was bad food. It messes me up sometimes, and so. But yeah, I've never had that issue eating Italian, ever.
I could eat Italian every day and be just fine. And I'd be
that'd make me very
pounds
sad.
Heavier, but it would be amazing.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Matt Lee says, don't know if he has 4.3 speed or not, but Brian and Vince, wouldn't you say he pulls away from people in the open for a guy weighing 215 pounds plus? I mean, yeah. I don't think he's 4.3 speed either.
No, he's probably a 4.6.
Yeah, but on film, he's running away from guys, and he is outrunning pursuit angles. I mean, he did that a bunch. Guys are getting in a good pursuit angle, and he just outruns it, and that's good speed. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he was a high 4.5, maybe 4.6 guy, but he can pick him up and put him down. I mean, there's no doubt about that for sure. And the more impressive thing, Matt, in my opinion, from watching the film, is not necessarily what his top speed is. It's how he goes from about 5 miles an hour to 30 miles an hour and the amount of time it takes to get there. Like it's quick. He gets to top speed very, very quickly, which allows him to pull away from guys because they can't get to that top speed as fast as he can. So it's not necessarily the top speed, but it's getting to the top speed that I think is impressive with him.
Because, you know, Vince, you watch the combine and they'll put those guys, they do that thing where they kind of impose 4 or 5 guys running a 40 together.
Right.
And like the 4.4 guy beats the 4.6 guy, but it's like by that much.
Yeah.
That's it. You know what I mean? It's not that big of a gap. You know what I mean? And so it's not like if I'm a 4.4 at 40 yards, I'm 7-8 yards ahead of you and you're a 4.6. So unless you have an angle on me, and a lot of grass, you may catch me by the time I get to the 10 and after 70 yards, but you're probably not catching me.
Right.
To your point, Vince. So yeah, he's got this ability, but I think you nailed it. You nailed the part, Vince. He's not like Will Fuller was a bit of an acceleration guy. Josh Adams was an acceleration guy. Josh even more so than Will, meaning they needed some steps to get to full speed. I think the thing that you've pointed out during the film room perfectly right there, Vince, is for a running back, for a receiver, that's okay.
Sure.
For a running back, you prefer give me a 4.6 guy that's 4.6 like that over a 4.4, 4.5 guy who's not really that until he gets to the second level.
Right.
Right? Because he needs that room. I don't want the sprinter. If I'm looking for running back and I'm looking for a sprinter, right? I want the guy that's great out of the blocks as a running back.
Absolutely.
Give me the guy that wins at the end at receiver.
Right.
But give me the guy that's fast. I want the guy that gives me the best. Who's the guy leading after the first 10, 15 meters? That's the guy that I like at running back. Because that's the difference between getting through the hole and getting a second level, or I'm getting tackled at 5 yards.
Correct.
That's the difference.
Absolutely. And he showed multiple times on that film how he just kind of burst through that second level, and then now he's at top speed and he can run away from some guys. So yeah, that was what was the funnest part to watch on that film.
Yep. Good one. Very good questions. Here's one, Vince, from Jordan Schreiber.
It says, can you rank the running back classes from the last 5 years? I'm curious to see where you rank this talented duo. So the notebook. Let's do this.
If we're going to do 24 as being part of it, so it'd be 24, 23, 22, 21, and 20, right?
Correct.
So 20 was Tyree. 21 was Diggs and Estime, correct? 22 would be Price and Payne. 23 was Love. And then 24, obviously, is Kedren and Aeneas. So obviously, you take out the 20 with Tyree and the 23 with Love because it's just one guy.
Just one. Yeah, I agree.
And then it gets a little bit tough because, we got to compare them as juniors, right? Because it's not fair to compare these guys to where other guys were as seniors.
Sure.
As juniors, I would probably put this group number 1. Because they're both coming off of dominant seasons. I liked Jadarian Price a lot. Vince, you remember when we first watched, I've always been very high on Jared, but he took his game to another level as a senior. He was a top 150-ish, borderline top 100 guy as a junior, which means he's below where Kedron is. Jabron Payne as a junior was coming off of an ACL injury he suffered in the first game of the year. So, I mean, trying to put it in proper context, I would take that. Estime was good as a junior. His game went to a whole nother level as a senior. Logan Diggs, I liked a lot. I liked Logan a ton coming out, Vince. You know that, but he's more of a 150-ish guy.
Sure.
So as juniors, this group, as far as the 1-2 punch, probably is the best 1-2 punch for me. Because Kedron's in the top 100 conversation like Jadarian Price was. I don't think I had Logan or Audric as top 100 guys coming out. They had the upside of 4.5 stars, but I didn't have them as top 100 guys coming out. But they were at least close. But Kedron is as junior is ranked the highest of all of them. Because even Jeremiah Love, I love Jeremiah Love's talent as a junior, but he wasn't a top 100. He was a top 100 guy on athleticism. He wasn't as a natural running back as a junior. And then as a senior, he looked more natural as a running back, and he went from top 100 based on talent to top 50 based on talent plus game plus production and all of it. And so I would say this group right now, because of the injury to Jerron Payne, the question mark there, and the fact that Logan and Audric, especially Audric, really took off as a senior, I think this group right here is the best. Now, here's the thing. Again, Audric got a lot better as a senior. I mean, he was averaging almost 10 yards a carry.
It's crazy. His film was nuts.
Bosco, Bergen Catholic, the Hun School. I mean, against like really good
legit
Jersey
schools.
competition. I mean, his senior year was just insane good. And so, Kedron's going to have to get better, and Aeneas is going to have to get better. And then Logan had a great senior year as well. So, and where Jabron didn't have a very good senior year because of the injuries. So that's the thing that holds that Jadarian Price group down. Although you could argue that Jadarian's the best as a senior, was the best of all of them that they've seen so far of the 2-man classes. So that's where I'm at. That's a good question, but I had to get the pencil out, had to get the notepad out.
Absolutely, got to do it right.
Yeah. So I'd as juniors, I'd put this group, but again, keep in mind, in a couple of those classes, a couple of those guys had monster senior seasons, and we'll see if he's going to, either one of these two kids is going to do that. But I think the 2 is better in this class than all the others, and I think that's the thing that sets it apart, in my view, because Jadarian Price and Kedren Young are very similar in ranking as juniors, very similar. It's the number 2 is way better right now. Because, again, not that Jabron wasn't talented. I had Jabron Payne as a 4-star player after his sophomore year. He was very good. Another guy that averaged almost 10 yards a carry in Cincinnati as a junior. So I had like 70 carries for 700 yards, somewhere around there. Like, that's really good in that area.
Right.
He's playing against the best schools in the Cincinnati area. But then he played one game and got hurt as a junior, and then had like 280 yards rushing as a senior. So it's hard to compare. It's hard to compare that one.
DT Roll Hunter or D Troll Hunter.
There you go.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
I always say it wrong. What combo is the best comp for Young and Williams?
Well, I'll tell you what, Vince. It's not a perfect combination, but it's really close. And it really fits in well with one of the comps that I have for the current backs. And it's that North Carolina group they had in 2020.
Okay.
It really is. Yeah, because my comp for Kedron Young is Javonte Williams. And that season, Javonte had 1,140 yards and 19 touchdowns, averaged 7.3 yards a carry. Michael Carter that season had 1,245 yards, averaged 8 yards a carry, 9 touchdowns. And they both could catch the ball out of the backfield. I think Michael Carter didn't catch the ball as much out of the backfield because Javonte also caught a lot. I think that's probably the closest comp I could have, although I would swing more of the catches to Kedron towards Aeneas in this instance, where they were a little bit split in that 2020 North Carolina group. But that's a very similar comp to me. Now, I don't see them having the production because that was an up-tempo air raid offense that just ran a ton of plays.
Different than what anything Notre Dame's ever going to run.
Yeah, but certainly could see a lot of similarities to what this group brings to the table. Very similar. Can you think of another duo that is similar to? I'll tell you one that some people might look at, and I don't know if it fits really well. It's like the closest you could get as a Notre Dame duo is probably Sierra and Jonas back in 2011. But again, I don't know that. I think you could say, Ryan, when I was talking to Ryan earlier about my comp for him, his first thought comp was Jonas Gray, which fits, which is fair. I think Kedron's a little bit more athletic, a little shiftier than Jonas was, but the style of play is similar, that one cut and go. I don't think Aeneas and Sear Wood are all that comparable. I think Sear was smooth and Aeneas is more sudden and dynamic as a pass catcher than Sear was. Sear was catching the ball as swings and checkdowns. He was screens. He wasn't like lining up a receiver. Maybe Sear and Theo in 2012 might be the best Notre Dame comp I can think of, but I don't think any of them fit as well as the North Carolina duo from 2020 Vince. Can you think of any that would be better?
No, I think you hit it on the head. I think I don't want to say the lazy comp, but like the one that I'm sure comes to people's minds right away would be, Audric and Logan. Kind of kind of a do-it-all, and then between the tackles kind of guy, that kind of a thing. But I don't know that it fits as well as people maybe want it to fit, if that makes sense. I like the other ones that you've come up with a lot better.
Yeah. Thank you, Vince. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you. I like it when you agree with me. Although some people think it's mandated. It's not.
Definitely not. In fact, I get told not to agree with you more often. So
he never listens to me. All right, here we go.
From Jesse, says, is Jared Parker establishing himself as an elite recruiter, or are Notre Dame's position coaches on offense just outstanding on the trail? Jared Parker's first year as OC, and the early results are excellent.
So if we're going to be fair, it's hard for me to give Jared Parker all the credit for this year's class as the OC, as the overseer. Because, again,
they've been working on it for a while.
Right. CJ Carr, Aeneas Williams, Cam Williams, Jack Larson, and Peter Jones were all committed to Notre Dame when Tommy Rees was the offensive coordinator. So your top 2 commits in the class committed to the previous offensive coordinator. So if I'm being fair, then you have to acknowledge that. It's kind of like when Marcus Freeman took over in 2020 for the 2022 season. People say, well, Marcus Freeman's first class was this. Well, was it really?
Yeah.
Because there's some the defensive class certainly was, because he recruited that defensive
he was doing
class
the defensive
as the defensive coordinator.
Yeah, correct. Absolutely.
The 2022 offensive class was kind of not his deal. That wasn't his baby. And then they lost some guys at the end when he took over as the head coach. So, his first year is going to be Jared Parker's first full class that we're going to determine him by is going to be the 25 class, right, Vince? I mean, I think that's the one. However, the fact that they were able to keep all those guys committed once he took over matters. Absolutely. He gets credit for that. But it's also, I think what works is, look, I don't care how good of a coordinator you are, as a recruiter you are as a coordinator, you are not going to have elite success if the guys around you aren't better. Part of the reason Notre Dame had more inconsistent success before 2023, said, well, Tommy Rees didn't figure it out till 2023. Did he? Or was it the staff wasn't as good?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, so that's really what it boils down to for me is it's like anything, Vince. If I could be good at what I'm doing, but if the people around me, if I'm a great basketball player and the rest of the guys around me suck, we may be a playoff team, but I'm never winning a championship. Sure. Look at Jordan in the 80s. When him and the Celtics faced off, or him and the Pistons faced off, Jordan was always the best player on the court, especially later in his career, like late 80s, but his team wasn't as good. It didn't matter how good he was. The team wasn't as good. Well, then all of a sudden you get Pippen, and, you get some of these other really nice pieces. You get Horace Grant, as Bill Cartwright was the center in the first 3. You had like Luke Longley and other guys, Rodman in the second 3 titles. But the pieces around him got better, and all of a sudden he's winning championships. Same thing with John Elway. There were Super Bowls where you're like, John Elway was the best quarterback on the field when they played the Giants, and when they played, he was the most talented quarterback on the field, probably the most talented offensive player for either team. When they played the Redskins in 80s, was it 88? And when they played the Giants in 86, the team around him wasn't as good. Right. So I don't care how good you are as an offensive coordinator, as a recruiter, if you don't have really good coaches around you, then your success is going to be as good. And the flip side, if you're a good individual coach, but your coordinator's not putting in the work, then it's going to be you're going to have a tougher time closing, which we're seeing on defense. And then, of course, if the head coach isn't putting in work, that's problematic, which we saw under the Brian Kelly era. So the pieces are in place for the staff to be recruiting at a high level offensively. You've got Chad Bowden doing a great job as a recruiting coordinator, You've got a head coach that's engaging, that kids want to play for. You have an offensive coordinator that has been played a very key role with a lot of these kids. But at the end of the day, you've got assistant coaches that do the work that these kids want to play for. Those are all very key ingredients. And that's how you recruit an elite level. It's not just having a great coordinator, just having a successful head coach, just having good assistants. It's all of it together. And then you've got Chad Bowden making sure it all is working together and then doing his own bit of recruiting. And that's where the success is coming from on offense.
You know what else helps?
All of it.
Putting up big numbers on offense.
That's the crazy thing.
He hasn't even done it yet.
Like
I know.
23, the 23 and 24 classes on offense for Notre Dame there's not 2 or 3 teams maybe that are recruiting better than Notre Dame at all positions.
And they've done nothing yet.
And they have not done anything offensively yet. I mean, they had a very mediocre offense last year. Imagine what it's going to be like in 25 and 26 if Jared Parker is what I think he's going to be as an offensive coordinator.
Yep.
Right? If Sam Hartman is what we think he's going to be as a quarterback, this is going to get a lot of fun, Vince.
Yeah. I know a kid that can be very consistent kicking extra points. Very consistent.
Vince always angling for that free scholarship, man.
Just saying. There's not going to be field goals in this offense. It's all going to be touchdowns. So
is this kid tall, skinny? Always kind of
got a lot of hair,
some goofy hair. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think I know that kid. Used to mow my lawn ish.
Yeah. Ish. I mean, we're talking about the 25 class, so we might as well throw it in.
All right. For those who don't get the joke, we're talking about Vince's son. He's the place kicker for his high school. All right, here we go.
All right, D-Troll Hunter says, have you seen this ex-USFL? Oh, I did see this today.
Yeah.
The ex-USFL president's high school spring league idea. I don't think I like. You don't think you like it. It's a terrible idea.
It's a horrible idea.
It's a money grab at the
100%.
Yes,
did you see my tweet, Vince? I said it's an exploitive money grab.
And you're exploiting high school kids.
Yeah.
Like, no.
Because NIL's a thing now. And so they're going to take advantage of it. Football is not a sport. I'm going to repeat again. Contact football is not a sport that is meant to play year round.
No.
First, Vince, you're seeing kids' bodies breaking down playing baseball year round.
Correct.
And imagine what it would be if you're going to play, even if it's a 5 or 6 game spring schedule.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. The game of football is not one that your body can play year round.
Right.
There's a reason that the NFLPA has mandated the off seasons that they do, and it's not because they don't want to work. For some guys, it is. It is. But it's also because guys' careers weren't lasting super long because they were just physically wearing down.
Yeah.
And because you're as soon as the season's over, you're back in the weight room. You need time to your body to rest.
Correct.
And there's just horrible. It's a nothing but a money grab. Like these guys are making the NCAA blush with how just clearly exploitive this attempt would be.
Absolutely.
Oh, they're going to be in their own regions, blah, 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 blah. Spare me. This is a money grab. This is just another company, another businessman that's saying, how can I milk money off of these kids and their families? Oh, they get to take advantage of NIL. Sure. And there's nothing in it for you, right? Give me a break. It's a terrible idea.
Terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Yes, I'd love to have football in the spring. Sure. I love to watch football year round. But you know what? It's not good. It's not good for people. It's not good for young people. If you want to start a professional league that has non-NFL players that you want to have in the spring, go for it. I might watch it if the product's good enough. Maybe. We'll see. But no, this is a terrible idea. Terrible idea. It would be basically a professional league. These are high school kids, man.
Right, exactly.
These are freaking high school kids. What are you doing? It's a terrible idea. Yeah. Absolutely terrible idea. I'm glad that you agree with me on that. That's one that I would have probably argued with you a little bit about, Vince. But I'm not surprised that you agree with me.
There's no way you could get me on board with this. No chance. No chance.
Yeah.
Jordan's got a question, though. So if Rudolph can't close with Gerby, does Notre Dame stick with 3 linemen in this class? And we kind of talked about that.
I think so.
When we were talking about what's next. And
it's a numbers game, Vince. I mean, in order to go past the numbers, you've got to be a stud.
Right.
And I don't know, man. They got a lot of running back, a lot of offensive linemen on the roster, dude.
It's what you said it. 5-man classes the last 3 years in a row. And 2 guys are no longer on the roster. So that's
1 from
guys.
each class. So it was 8, 8, and 5, or 4, 4, and 5. Basically, is that's a lot.
That's a lot.
Usually, you get 13 and then lose a couple.
Right.
Not lose a couple to get to 13.
Right.
You know. So normally it's like 4, 4, 5 is the max of what you'll do. So that's a lot of dudes.
Yeah. So you're going to be okay numbers wise. That's why you don't have to reach for a kid in the 24 class. Because as you mentioned when we were talking about the commitment of Styles Prescott, the 25 class is loaded. So you can go 3 in this class and go 5 in the next class and be fine, and probably go 4 in the next class and be fine. And they're all going to be elite type kids. So you've got more options in the 25 class, and you're not going to be hurting for numbers if you only get 3 in the 24 class. I think that's important too. Like if they didn't have the numbers, then you got to get a body and you got to get
Right.
somebody in here. But that's not the case. You can wait for the deeper 25 class and get a better kid in the long run in the building.
Right. Here's a question that Nathan Milton had. He says, Brian, are you adding Ford to the 23 class? No, because he is only going to have 2 years of eligibility remaining. So if anything, you would add him to what? The 20 class. He was a 19 running back.
Okay.
But he's got a 6th year because of COVID, basically.
Right.
So if you're going to look at him more traditionally, he's like a 2020 kid, basically. So essentially, you kind of have him and Chris Tyree essentially being from the same class-ish.
Yeah.
Because he had the redshirt year last year plus the COVID year, so he gets a 6th year in 2024 if he chooses to take it. So, no, he wouldn't be a 23 kid. So, to me, I get why people do it that way. It makes I do. I get why services kind of, because it's about it's new to the roster. I get that. Right. I'm not saying it's wrong. Because you're just looking at newcomers, 23 classes, all the newcomers in the 23 class. Well, then I'd have to make Sam Hartman part of the 23 class and just no. Here's your transfer class. Here's your high school class. So that's how I look at it.
They got to be separate, Nathan, in my opinion, too.
But if you want to look at them as the same, that's fine. I mean, it makes sense because his first year in your program is 23. I don't have a problem with that. It's not how I would do it. I just think, to me, because when I look at classes, I think more from an eligibility standpoint.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're going to be. So that's a good question. We have a 2-part question here from Gavin K. GD.
I preface this saying I'm not a Tommy Rees yes man. However, I have always loved his potential, and the mental strength in 2011, 2012, and 13 made me a fan of his for life, even though he was a little polarizing. Now here's my question. How much of this class success do we give Tommy Rees credit for? Because my gut is landing Carr wouldn't have happened if there wasn't the Rees and Freeman duo.
I think the amount of credit that I think Jared Parker would give him, if you were to ask Jared Parker, honestly and off the record, what he'd say a lot. I give him a lot of credit for it because a lot of the foundation was laid by our staff. It was Jared Parker and Deland and Chancey and Coach Heastan, but Coach Rees is the guy that went out and got us CJ Carr.
Absolutely.
He's the one. He played a role in getting Cam Williams. Coach Rees, because he was recruiting the Chicago area hard, and Glen Ellen is 30 minutes outside of Chicago, right? So the 2 top kids in your class, he played a very important role in. They have played a role in helping to build the rest of the class.
Sure.
And so Coach Rees deserves a lot of credit for that. And so, this class would look different if they didn't have a guy like Tommy Rees CJ Carr in the class. So yeah, I think Coach Rees deserves a lot of credit for this class. Absolutely.
Sure. And would Notre Dame have gotten CJ Carr if Tommy Rees wasn't there? Maybe, but he gets the credit for bringing him in. Sure. He was committed.
He built the relationship.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's not one of those where anyone could have got him. You know, he had to. CJ fell in love with Notre Dame, but part of that is because of the vision that Coach Rees and then Coach Freeman. But here's where Jared Parker gets a lot of credit for the Rees recruits, because they're always going to be Rees recruits, right? It's not easy to keep all those kids committed in your class, Vince, at all.
Right.
Because it's brand new. Now, it helped that all the assistants at the skill position stayed the same. That helped. But you don't keep CJ Carr happy. You don't keep CJ Carr in the class. This thing falls apart.
Absolutely.
And Coach Parker did a great job initially, and then they went out and got Coach Gaduli, and then he did his part to help keep CJ. So they played a role in that. There's no question. So It's not like they did nothing. Coach
played a role
Rees
in retention, but
correct.
Rees got him committed.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so, he deserves credit for it.
Mm-hmm.
Now after that, 24, the finish is up. Coach Parker and his staff. Next year will be all Coach Parker and his staff. I mean, success moving forward is all about Coach Parker and that staff. It's all of them. But again, the coordinator always gets all the credit, but a coordinator is only as good as the people around him and vice versa. It's really about the team unit putting it together. So good question, Gavin. I think a really good question to me.
Question from Jason. Is he a better prospect?
This is about Gearby.
Yep, this is about, oh, it's about Gearby? Oh, okay, I
Yeah.
didn't know if it was about Styles. Okay. Is he
Yeah.
a better prospect?
I'm sorry. It is Styles. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Styles.
okay.
You're correct. I don't know why
Awesome.
I said Gearby. It's about
No,
Styles.
that's okay.
Yes.
So is he a better prospect than Tosh Baker was as a junior, by the way?
No. I liked Tosh a lot. But here, Tosh is a perfect example of why I have sort of the questions that I do about weight. My question for Tosh was, is Tosh going to be able to add weight and maintain his athleticism? And he couldn't. When Tosh got over 300 pounds, he lost his foot speed. Now, Tosh has some technical things too that have hurt him. He just doesn't play with good pad level, which is one of the concerns of a 6'8" kid.
Yeah.
Just hasn't learned to play with good pad level. He's gotten better, certainly, but it's just he lost his foot quickness from what he had in high school. So, and that's always a concern. And I should have done a better job of lowering the initial grade and focusing more on the upside with Tosh. But that's been part of my evolution of putting grades together as well. Is for a while there, I would kind of, in my thought process, have the upside as part of my initial grade, then have an upside grade. But as I've gotten more into it, because I think his class was the first one I did that for, I believe. One of the first ones. And then it's like, no. Take upside completely out of the table when you're doing your initial grade, your current grade. So when I have Styles as a top 250-ish kind of guy, it's based on who he is right now. Then the upside grade is completely separate for what he could be if this, and this gets better.
Yeah.
And so Tosh is at that age, to me, was a better prospect than Styles. I am more confident that Styles is going to be able to add weight and keep his athleticism because he's not as tall. It's probably like 2.5, 3 inches. And just because I think he bends a little bit better than Tosh did as well. And so I would say that's probably one that I missed a little bit, is I think my grade for Tosh, looking back at it at the time, was probably a little higher than it should have been because I didn't separate current from upside enough, to be completely honest with you. And that's something I do, just so you guys know. Vince knows this. I look back on past grades and be like, man, I missed a lot in this class. Why? Think through where I had guys, where I should have been, I should have been more critical of this. I should have been more critical of that. Or I undersold this. Like I look back at Kyron and say, why did I miss on Kyron? Because I put too much into the intangibles with Kyron and ignored that the film was phenomenal. And I said, well, he's not fast. He's not real big. He's not this. I focused too much on the measurables, I should say, and not enough on the film. That was my mistake with Kyron. Right? So then you say, okay, but you can't ignore measurables. So how do you balance it? It's all part of the evolution as an evaluator. And I think if you're not doing that, then you're just not a very good evaluator. If you're viewing things the same way now as you did 10 years ago, then you just haven't evolved and you haven't learned and adapted and figured out, why did you make the misses? Why am I successful at this position? Why do I miss so much at that one? And that's something that I'm always trying. So like my upside grade has changed. I'm a little bit more picky with upside grades for juniors this year, Vince. I only have 3 5-star grades out right now in this class. In past years, Bryce Young has a 5-star upside grade. Cole Mullins would have had a 5-star upside grade. Logan Thomas would have a 5-star upside grade. But I'm just trying to be a little bit more picky with juniors, especially, to say, let's see if there's some development still before I start handing those out.
Sure. And
so that's all part of the evaluation of it. But I if I could go back then and apply how I grade offensive linemen now, Tosh's grade would have been lower for me. But I still think at the same age, he was a little ahead of where Styles is at this point in time, in my view. But I think Styles has a more confident Styles' ceiling than I was Tosh's. I love Tosh's upside, but there was always big question marks about, could he maintain the athleticism?
Right.
I'd be willing to bet if you went back and found shows we did back then, that's something we would have talked a lot about. Can he maintain the athleticism when he puts weight on?
Right.
That's always a big question for those kids.
Keith has a question. Brian, will there be a big change in the run blocking scheme from Harry to Rudolph?
That's a good question.
I think that's still a kind of an unknown, to be honest with you, because we haven't seen a game with Rudolph in charge. Yes, we've seen the spring game, but that doesn't tell you a whole lot. I mean, it tells you a little bit, but it doesn't tell you a whole lot. I think the jury's still out a little bit on this.
I think we're going to see most of the stuff we did last year, Vince, with some Joe Rudolph wrinkles, maybe some pin and pull Joe Rudolph wrinkles, maybe. I think the difference is going to be more so instead of blocking scheme. I'm curious your thoughts on this. From what we saw in the practices, from what I know of Jared Parker, from what I know of Coach Rudolph, I think the schemes are going to be pretty similar with just a couple add-ons. Hey, like I said, a couple pin and pulls maybe, like Coach Easton had in 2017. Remember when Coach Easton, and this comes down to it, because part of it's the coordinator. This is where the difference is going to be. The difference won't be so much scheme as usage.
Yeah,
I think we'll see duo this year. Absolutely going to see duo this year. Will it be like 85% of the runs in games like it was last year? Only if they're killing somebody with it. I mean, if they're just coming out there and they're just destroying you, they're 7-8 yards a pop when they're going to do it. Why stop doing it? Right? I mean, you haven't stopped it yet, so why should I stop running it? But to where they just do it over and over and over just because, like they did last. I think we'll see more diversity of the run game this year.
I agree with that.
But I don't think the schemes are going to be a whole lot different. But like 2017, the blocking schemes looked a lot different than they did under Coach Heaston and Coach Reese because Chip Long was a buck sweep G scheme guy on top of inside zone, outside zone counter. They didn't run real. They might have run a little duo back then. I don't remember. They were more inside zone, inside zone lock.
That's a newer,
right.
Obsession, a newer obsession.
Right. and so, they might have run it a little bit maybe.
Sure.
But it was not something we saw a ton of. But it was still same all-line coach, still inside, outside zone counter. It just some different wrinkles. And I think we might see that. But it's not going to look dramatically different. It's not going to look like it did when they went from Ed Warner to Harry Heaston. Because part of the reason they brought in Harry Heaston to replace Ed Warner was they were making a conscious run scheme change. They were going away from the sort of the spread pin and pull stuff that they had run at Cincinnati in the first 2 years, and they were going to a more physical inside-outside zone counter type of scheme. That was a dramatic scheme shift. This isn't going to be a dramatic scheme shift. This is going to be, let's find some wrinkles that maybe Coach Rudolph really likes, that Coach Parker also likes.
Right, and that's
but the bread and butter is still going to look duo inside zone, outside zone counter. It's still gonna, I think, be the to be that. I think that's what it's going to primarily look like. So thoughts on that, Vince? You agree with that?
No, I'm with you. I think that, overall, like most run games have very similar run plays in them. It's just how you want to use them, when you want to use them, and how you want to employ them and all of that. And so I think the scheme is going to be important, but I think more along the lines of what are they going to run and when is going to be more of what I'm going to be looking at when we're watching the run game. You know what I mean? They ran duo no matter what the front was, which was ridiculous. It's ridiculous. We can,
because there's times where you're just like,
but
dude, you had no chance of being successful in that play.
Exactly. And they would just run it. It was like, what do you do? It was like slamming your head against a wall. It's like, why are you doing this? So I don't see that continuing. I think it's going to be a little bit more diverse in the run game. But again, we'll see. We'll see. And I don't think we're really going to see until game 5.
I think 3, because I think you have to look, game 5 doesn't matter if you don't win game 3.
Oh, I agree with that. I just don't think I don't think they're going to have the issue that some people think they're going to have in game 3.
Oh, I don't think you're giving that NC State defense enough credit. That's a really good defense. I'm getting like Marshall vibes right now, Vince.
I knew you were going to say that.
Look, now here is the thing. Forget what you think about that defense. It is a very different scheme than Ohio State.
Sure.
It's a 3-3-5. I mean, Tony Gibson's a longtime 3-3-5 guy. So it's going to look schematically different, which means it's going to impact what you're doing.
Right.
You're gonna scheme against NC State different. Where I'm coming from is you're not gonna be able to hold back against NC State. You got to make sure you win that game.
Sure.
But
absolutely.
What you're gonna do against that 3-3-5 is gonna look a whole lot different than what you're gonna do against Ohio State's 4-3, 4-2-5 type of looks.
Right.
So it'll look different that way. But I mean, you got to bring out all your guns for NC State. You're not holding anything back for week 5 that can help you in week 3. Is where I'm coming from, because I think NC State's a good football team, and they're going to be better on offense this year because they hired Robert and I. And look at the offense he ran at Virginia, which scored a lot of points. He goes to Syracuse last year, and an offense that was just dreadful the year before becomes a much better offense, much more competent offense, especially before the quarterback got hurt. And so that guy's a good football coach, and I think he's back with Brennan Armstrong, but he's not going to have the weapons around him that he had at Virginia, in my opinion. And the thing about Brennan Armstrong, somebody asked me this the other day, Vince. It was we did like a live chat Sunday night. I'm curious of your thoughts on this. There's we've seen 3 different Brennan Armstrongs. We saw the guy in 2020, which was good, 18 touchdowns, 11 picks, ran around a little bit. We saw the guy in 2021 who just put up monster numbers. And then we saw the guy last year who was abysmal. And the question was, well, what are we going to get? This version or that version? I'm like, in between. Because 2 things helped them in 2021. Number 1 is he had great weapons around him for that league. And number 2, the ACC defenses that year sucked, and they played every single one of the sucky defenses in the ACC that year. I mean, every single one of them.
Yeah.
And so, that schedule was just really, really. They didn't play Clemson that year. They were just, and then that was about the only good defense in the ACC that year. I mean, they only scored 17 points against Wake that year. I mean, you know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
But they were scoring a lot of points, and then everyone's like, well, Notre Dame held them to 3 points because they didn't have Brennan Armstrong. I'm like, yeah, they would have scored more than 3, but Brennan Armstrong wasn't going to have them scoring 30 points either, because they never really played anybody with a pulse on defense. And then you saw it a little bit in the Virginia Tech game as well. Virginia Tech had a decent defense that year, and they completely shut them down. And well, they say completely shut them down, but they held them to 24 points. And so I think he's a really good coach. I think they're going to be better. They're not going to be like they were the year before. So that's kind of my thoughts. Is I think the Brennan Armstrong we're going to see next year is going to be in between those 2, assuming he mentally bounces back from the really bad year he had last year. That's the big unknown for me, Vince, because this. Like Dane Christ never mentally recovered from playing for Charlie Molinar. Never.
No.
And
which I understand to a degree, but yeah.
Yeah, you were a big fan of Charlie Molinar.
Saying.
I say with incredible sarcasm.
Just dripping out of your mouth.
Oozing out of my pores. Yes. Not Vince and I, neither of us were fans. I know the things to bring up to get Vince pissed off. Charlie Molinar is how Charlie Molinar handled quarterbacks. Brian Van Gorder's wonderful defensive scheme. Yep. And then Kane Madden.
It's my buddy.
That's your boy.
First round draft pick.
This is a good one, Vince. I'm gonna read this one because I want you to answer it first.
Okay.
This is a good one. And then we'll see if I have anything to add. Ray Holcraft asks, what are the traits you look for in a left tackle versus a right tackle? And are there certain traits you look for in a right guard versus a left guard? So let's take the first one to begin with, because I think there's 2 different answers.
Okay.
What are the traits you look for in a left tackle versus a right tackle?
Well, it depends. I mean, we're assuming that
let's look at Notre Dame
quarterback.
Let's look at Notre Dame,
right?
Yeah, let's say right-handed quarterback, traditional right-handed quarterback in the system that Notre Dame runs. How about that? Because every scheme's different, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in general, from the difference between a right and a left-handed, or a right and a left tackle, for me personally, I want my best pass blocker on my left side, and I want my best. And we're talking tackles, and I want my best run blocker on the right. That's how I would do it personally. I want my blind side protected on my quarterback, that kind of a thing. But I'm putting my best run blocker on the right-hand side. That's where I just want to be able to road grade. I want that. I like that from a offensive tackle standpoint, and I'm going to put him on the right-hand side. And I want my best pass blocker on the left-hand side. So, I mean, that would be the overall where I go. And now there's some different nuances and some things like that. Is a kid better at drop kicking, with his left foot than with his right foot? I mean, there's a lot of things that go into it, that kind of a thing. But overall, that's kind of where I go with my tackle. Guard is a little bit different for me. I don't necessarily differentiate right and left. What I would personally look for is, once I place my tackles, because this is how I would do it, right? I would place my left tackle, then I would place my right tackle. Then I would place my center, because the center is you got to be a certain guy to be a center. And then I'm looking at guards. And so for me, I like road grader guards in general. I like guys that are just going, if you can run the football behind them. Obviously a Quentin Nelson type is what comes to mind. I want a guy that's going to be able to move. I would love to pull my guards personally. So I want good feet in there. But if I'm trying to decide between right and left, it comes down to who do you work the best with, the left tackle or whoever I have as my right tackle? Like what's the best way to team up? Because you're going to be doing a lot of double teaming, a lot of communication. Some guys work better with other guys. You know what I mean? And so that's how I would decide who my right and my left guard are.
Yeah. Guard to me is more about fitting with the tackle and the run scheme. I think guard left, right is more interchangeable. I want to know your thoughts on this, Vince. To me, guard is more interchangeable right, left than tackle.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then there's the, can they play with their right hand down or their left hand? I mean, that's absolutely a thing. I don't want to, say that that's not a thing.
But it's rare that you find a kid that just flat out cannot play with the other hand. There's some, but it's not. It's
absolutely.
Not
that's why I brought it up. But yeah, I think they're very interchangeable.
Yeah. Here's a really funny question I wanted to answer. Terry Gillery says, who is more responsible for Alt's success, Quinn or Heastan? One of the answers said his dad.
That's what I was going to say.
His dad and God. I mean, that's really that's really who's more responsible for it. But look, it would be a jerk moves for us to act like Jeff Quinn had no role in Joe Alt's success. We started to see Joe Alt being really good before Harry Heastan was hired. I think Coach Heastan sped the process up. Mm-hmm. Joe Alt was going to become a star no matter what. Agreed. I gave him a 4.5-star upside grade, and he's already surpassed that by his sophomore year.
Right.
And he's already proven to be that. So we always knew the tools were there, and props to Jeff Quinn for seeing that because he was not a heavily recruited kid. So Jeff Quinn, for Alt's success, part of Alt's success is the fact that he got to be coached by Harry Heastan last year.
Sure.
That doesn't happen if Jeff Quinn doesn't recognize the talent and go recruit him and land him, right?
Sure.
And then, of course, Joe started 7 games under Coach Quinn and was arguably their best offensive lineman by the end of the year. Mm-hmm. You can't take that credit away from Coach Quinn. Now, does his dad play a big role in that? Does his DNA, which comes from his dad 100%. And which comes ultimately from God, play a big role in that? Absolutely. Yeah. But you can't dismiss the fact that Jeff Quinn was able to play a role in that, no matter what you may think of Jeff Quinn as a coach.
Sure.
But I don't believe he is the player. He was as good in 2022 if he's not coached by Harry Heastan. He would have been flashy, and boy, this guy's eventually going to be a first-round pick. He's eventually going to be one of the best tackles in football. But he became that as a sophomore because he got to work with Harry Heastan for a year.
Absolutely.
So the process got sped way up.
Well, and I give Quinn a lot of credit too, because he didn't play tackle in high school. He played tight end.
Right.
I mean, he saw something, and whether it was the lineage with his dad or whatever, he saw something with no film whatsoever on him as a tackle in a game. That's saying something, right? And where I give dad credit is from he was being coached on how to be an offensive lineman at his house in the offseason between senior year and going into his freshman year. He was, right? I mean, I think we can all agree on that. So, but then when he gets to campus, dad's not coaching him anymore, right? I mean, so there's plenty of credit to go around, no doubt about that. So, I mean, I don't know that I give one or the other or whatever. Dad's involved. Quinn was involved. Harry Heastan was absolutely sped up the process and was involved. So, he's just a really good player, man. Yeah. Like he takes coaching, and he obviously is able to take that coaching and turn it into what put him on the cover of this magazine right here. Like he's really good, So yeah, it's just fun to watch that kid.
Yeah, he's really talented. Really, really talented. All right, we got a lot more great questions. Let's try to work through these here, Vince.
Let's do it.
Here we go. Patrick King.
Did Joe Alt spend significant time with Gerby last weekend? Who did he bond with on the O-line? That's a good question, because weren't they all just kind of coming back
Yeah.
that weekend.
I don't know how much time he spent with Joe Alt. I was told that he spent a lot of time with Emil Wagner, because a lot of times you want to try to have a kid connect more with a kid that he's going to be on the team with for longer.
Sure.
And Emil would kind of be that guy.
Sure.
So I don't know if he spent time around Joe Alt. I would imagine at some point in time he met Joe Alt. I would hope so.
Yeah.
But I would imagine so that he was. But I think that it was getting him around the younger kids is going to be as important. Because honestly, if the backups are like, yeah, we love Coach Rudolph, we really like, I mean, that's going to, Charles Jagasol said this to Sean last year. Like, one of the big things for him about what he liked about Coach Easton was he coached the backups as hard as he coached the starters. Because he's like, look, I'm going to be a backup at some point in time, like most likely. You know, I mean, most offensive linemen are realistic to know that.
Usually,
am I going to get coached? And it also is a sign of someone who cares. So I think that was smart. But I honestly can't tell you, Patrick. I'll say is I would be surprised if he didn't have a meet and greet with Joe Alt at some.
You got to roll them
in at some point in time.
You got to roll those guys in and be like, this is who you could be, but this is who you're going to do it with, and that's where the young guys come into play.
Yeah. Yep. Good questions. Good question.
No doubt. Ryan, are we far enough into Marcus Freeman's tenure to know whether these official visits are his time to shine? Is he the closer we're hoping for, or hoping he would be, or do we need more data? Will we know by the end of June?
Well, I'm a big believer that we won't really know until signing day, but I think what we can feel confident in is that Notre Dame crushes the month of June.
Yeah.
I mean, now, can they do it to where they get guys to stick? Different question. However, most of the guys they lost last year, Vince, were guys that were commits before the summer. I don't know of any guys that committed in June or after the June visit that left the class that they wanted, other than like Dylan Edwards, which is a very unique situation because he had a lifelong relationship with Coach Sanders at Colorado. So, I mean, they've crushed the month of June so far. And it wasn't just the last 2 years. If you really want to get into some context, he did that with the defensive class in 2022 as well.
Sure.
The Jalen Sneed, that class as well.
Right.
So I think this, and here's why. Number one, they have a really good strategy. I think Chad Bowden does a great job of putting these visits together. The staff does a great job of putting these visits together. But where Marcus Freeman is at his best is just sitting down and talking to you one-on-one.
Absolutely.
And it goes back to what we said about Deland McCullough. The thing you learn about Marcus Freeman is he's charismatic and all this. I mean, he's young, he's hip, he dresses nice, he drives a nice car, blah, 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 blah. But if you sit down with him and he's an empty shell, hollow shell, you find that out real fast, right? Like, we're guys, we dated girls before we were married. You see that really attractive girl and she's just smoking hot. She dresses nice. She's got great hair. And then you talk to her like, this is the dumbest person I've ever met in my life.
This is not going to work. This is not going to work.
You know? And then you see like our wives, you see this beautiful girl and then you're like, wow, she's intelligent. She's smart. She has morals. She's like, okay, that's what gets you to fall in love.
Right.
There's a lot of beautiful women out there. Why was this one the one that you connected the most with? Because there was just more to it than the external substance, right? And so that's the thing. I think my wife is beautiful, but I didn't marry her because she was beautiful. I married because of what came with that beauty,
sure, and
the person she is. And it's the same thing with a football coach. Yes, Marcus Freeman is dressed nice and he's young and he's energetic and he's got a great story and he drives a nice car and he's all these kind of things. But when you sit down with him one-on-one, you're like, this is a really good guy.
Genuine.
He's perfect, Vince. Perfect. Yeah. Say it. Yeah. Explain it.
No, he's 100% genuine. He backs up who he is. Like, it's not just all talk, right? A guy told me a story actually last night while I was at the Joyce Center and we were doing graduation for Penn and we had a lot of time to kill. And I was talking to somebody that's over there on the police department. And he was saying how he had to come in on the weekend and he had to kind of chauffeur some, they were going down to LaVille, which is about a half hour south of town. And they were going to hand out stuff around Christmas time, for underprivileged people. And he's like, I didn't really want to come in and do it, whatever. Well, all of a sudden, up rolls Marcus Freeman with his 4 sons, and they're going along on the trip. He didn't even tell like his security or anything. He just showed up because that's what he wanted to do, and he wanted to go and be a part of this. Like it's not a well orchestrated like this is who I am. Like that's not who he is. Like he's every person I've ever talked to who has had a conversation with him, whether it's a security guard or whatever, like they're all like he's a genuine guy. He's the same guy we see all the time. Those weren't the stories I was getting the past 10 years.
No.
I'll just say that. I'll just leave it at that. Okay.
You're not wrong.
No, like he goes to the lacrosse games, the women's basketball, men's basketball. Like because he actually cares. It's not just because.
I mean, are there other reasons to do that? Sure.
Right, of course.
But you don't think about those reasons if it's not. I mean, you're there supporting. I mean, it's.
But he genuinely wants to be there. He genuinely wants to support his colleagues and the student athletes that are there. Like it's a genuine thing. It just is. So, it's going to be. I like the fact that we're hearing that from more than one source. And so it's not just putting his face out there.
And I'll be real too, Vince. I've talked to a couple people that have met his wife in public scenarios. And they've said the same thing. Like, this woman doesn't know me from Adam. And one guy was like, for the first 10 minutes talking, I didn't even know it was his wife. Like, she was like, oh, I'm Marcus Freeman's wife. Just normal, everyday, hey, how are you? Blue collar upbringing. And you hope it stays that way, right? That's the big thing. So, yeah. Yep. That's where we're at. So let's get down to some more, Vince.
Get a few more in here. Let's see. Sam Hartman 10 for Heisman. I like it. Would you rather have a wide receiver class consisting of the in-state guys, Nitro Tuggle and Mylan Graham plus Cam Williams, or the guys Notre Dame currently has committed?
Currently, guys, easily. It's not even close. I love Mylan Graham as a player. Very good. His upside's not higher than Isaiah Canyon's. It's not to me. And Nitro Tuggle's not as good as any of the guys they have. Nitro Tuggle's a nice player. He's a good player. He's going to Georgia, right?
Yeah.
But he's not as good as Micah Gilbert and Isaiah Canyon to me. He's not. Plus, part of the reason Notre Dame didn't give those guys any interest are why they would have had a harder time with the off-the-field part of being at Notre Dame, which then would have impacted their on-the-field aspects of it. So,
for sure.
But no, if all things being equal off the field, and it's just about who would you prefer, I think the class they have now is better than that one, in my opinion. Mylan Graham, Notre Dame would have loved to have had, no question. Nitro Tuggle is not a guy that I think the staff was ever super fired up about, even taking the other part away.
He was a big
I believe
fish
you've
in a
seen
small
that kid
pond.
play, right?
Yeah, he was a big fish in a small pond. He played at Northwood High School, and yeah, he's fast. Don't get me wrong. He's a fast kid, and whatever, and he's going to go to IMG for his senior year. I would say that people around here split on that 50-50. But, I just don't think he was ever a fit at Notre Dame. I never saw him like, yeah, that's a Notre Dame kid. Like, I don't just never jumped off the page or the screen or when I saw him in person. Just never. That's not what I saw.
And I don't think he's better than the kids they have now. Mylan, you could say, is in the conversation with those guys. Like, Mylan to me is I would rank ahead of Micah Gilbert. Very same. Now, him and Isaiah Canyon, I think, would rank similar for me. I think Isaiah's got more upside because he's so much bigger, but they're different players.
Right.
Mylan's a shiftier Kevin Stefferson type of guy. Isaiah Canyon's a vertical outside player. But I think Isaiah Canyon's the better prospect. It's not Micah Gilbert's definitely the better of the two if you're going to look at him and Nitro Tuggle to me. And look, Georgia's not taking a kid from Indiana because he sucks, right? Like, right. But I just don't think he's that dude. And not every guy Georgia recruits, especially at wide receiver, is a stud. Let's be honest. That's a position they have not necessarily. Let's just say this. They are not back-to-back champs because of how dominant they are at wide receiver, like Bama's had in past years, or like LSU had in 19. That's not why they're winning. They get good players, don't get me wrong, but it ain't that. It ain't that.
Nathan says, Brian, thoughts on the voice of college football? What does that mean?
That would be Mark Rogers, or Mark. I just said Mark Rogers. Mark Rogers. He runs a website or a thing called. I like Mark. Mark and I text. Mark and I I like him. We get along well. He's had me on a show before. I like the product that he does to a degree. It kind of helped inspire me to some ideas I'm going to have for CFB Nation, but I don't hold Mark responsible for all of the stupid things that are said by some people that are on his show. Okay. And the thing I like about Mark is he's going to let you say what you want to say. Right? I mean, if you want to come on and spout stupidity like the dude from Ohio State did yesterday or whenever that show was, then he's going to let you do that. All I'll just say is, I won't betray a confidence, but yeah, I don't know that Mark necessarily agrees with what was said in this show. But I like Mark. He's a good guy. Get along very well with him. The only reason I haven't been on the show in a while is because I just don't have time, and I've told him that. But I like Mark. And again, I like people to allow people to say what they want to say and not like I've never said to Vince, you can't say this, you can't, unless it's like a
like a confidentiality situation, which
hey, you know about a kid's
totally makes
don't
sense.
say anything.
Yeah, right.
But I don't tell you have to talk this way, you have to say this, you have to say, I want you to be able to share your opinions. Now, there's been times after a show I'm like, hey man, this might not have been, you know what I mean? But it's not like a scolding. It's just like there's certain lines you don't want to cross, but you want to give somebody the freedom to say what they want to say. But I'm not responsible for things that a guest says on a show.
Right.
I am responsible for what Vince and Ryan and Sean say more so because they work for me.
Right. Absolutely.
But when I bring a guest on, especially more so, it's like, hey, look, you say what you want to say. And, that's your opinion. And people can discern whatever they want. And that's what I like about Mark. He's going to let us say what we want to say as guests. And it's up to you all to decide if you think we're right or wrong or full of crap. And I think that guy's full of freaking crap. And I think his comments say more about him than they do anything about Notre Dame. And I'll just leave it at that.
I'm going to tune in now.
Yeah, it's on the board.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's in the thread that's bulletin board. Check it out.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
Yep.
Gotcha. I wonder what that one. I didn't have a chance to click into.
Yeah, check it out. It's like a 3-minute long video.
Oh, okay.
Are you going to mow today?
I am.
Okay, put that on right before you're about to mow. You're going to be fired up. You're going to mow real fast.
Okay, deal. All right, Jason Smith. Shout out to IB and the amount of content they put out. It's the best money I've spent all year between the boards and the shows they do for us. Nobody puts out this much ND content.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that, Jason.
It's not just about quantity. It's also
I hope we're putting out quality stuff as well. Thank you very much for that, Jason. Very much.
Andre, on your great show today, can you talk about the 7 players that Notre Dame can get really to will complete this recruiting class? So basically, the 7 players that will complete this recruiting class.
I mean, you know who they are. I mean, like it's now that you got Kedren and Styles. It's Carter Nelson, Gearby Lambert, Elijah Rushing, Justin Scott. It's Kingston Viliama Asa. It's Caleb Beasley. It's Bronte Johnson, and then another safety as your 8th guy. But those first 7 guys, if Notre Dame signs 5 to 6 of those guys, this is an elite recruiting class. So like of Carter Nelson, Gearby Lambert, Justin Scott, Elijah Rushing, Kingston Viliama Asa, and Caleb Beasley. Let's say of that 6, and then 7 is Bronte Johnson. If of that 7, they don't get Elijah Rushing and they don't get Carter Nelson, but you get Gearby Lambert, Justin Scott, or let's just say you get one of the 2 defensive linemen. One of the 2. You get one of the 2 defensive linemen, hopefully Justin Scott. You get Kingston, you get Caleb Beasley, you get Bronte. There's not many teams I'm going to trade this class for. I'm saying that I don't care where it's ranked. Because the thing about it, Andre, is that's great balance.
Right.
You've literally met all your numbers needs. You don't have one position group that's like got 8 dudes in it, like the Texas A&M defensive line class a couple years ago. And you don't have any misses like that year. They had 1 linebacker. You've met all your numbers needs. You've got impact players you have impact players in the skill at running back. You have an impact quarterback. You have impact players receiver. You have impact offensive lineman. You've got impact defensive lineman. You've got an impact linebacker. You've got an impact safety, and you've got impact cornerback. 2 impact cornerbacks, in my opinion. you're talking about which class is the best that they've had in the last 20 years, last year's or this year's, right? Other than maybe 2013. But the fact that we're having that debate of which is the best recruiting classes the last 10 to 15 years, this one or last year's, is exactly where you need to be as a program where you're stacking it on. Now, if you miss on most of those guys, then there's some holes, and you've got to go back to the drawing board and figure some things out. But right now, I will say confidently of those 7, I feel really good about 3 of them for sure. Now it's about what can you do with the other 4. I feel really good about where they are with Gearby. I feel really good about where they are with Bronte Johnson. I feel pretty good about where they are with Caleb Beasley. Now it's Carter Nelson, Justin Scott, Elijah Rushing, and Kingston. How can you finish on those 4? And if you can go 50-50 on those, assuming one of the 50-50 is a defensive lineman, ideally Justin Scott, then this is going to be a phenomenal class. Because Carter Nelson's a great player, but he's icing on the cake.
Sure.
Right? And I'd love to have him.
Right.
But, that's one heck of a class. So that's the 7. And then, of course, the 8th would be a third safety. But Bronte is the top safety on the board right now. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, another super chat from Tyler. Thank you very, very much. He goes, I know I'm late, but my goodness, Young's tape is amazing. He's going to be a problem. Great instincts. I'm sold on him.
I think the thing that Tyler says that makes sense that I love too is it's he's not physical and the speed. Great instincts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the ultimate thing, because Vince, you and I have seen guys that aren't great athletes necessarily, aren't huge, be real. Kyron Williams is not. He's a 4.58.
The first name that came to my mind. Yeah,
he's not the biggest guy, but he had great instincts.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have that, and you've got some competitiveness to him, like Kyron had, Kyron is an ultimate competitor. You're gonna be successful in college, and Kedren is that. Plus, he's got better measurables.
Yeah.
So I like that. That's the thing you pointed out, Tyler. Is the instincts there are really impressive.
Thanks, Tyler. Thanks, Tyler, for the super
chat. For the super chat, my man. Appreciate you. I haven't seen you in a while, Tyler. I haven't seen you chat in a while, so I'm glad to see you still on the show. And thanks for the question. Appreciate that.
David says, Brian, what tier would you put Hartman in for quarterbacks this year?
So somebody said that there's The Athletic did something, and Sam Hartman's a tier 4. I know ESPN had him in tier 4. There's some silliness. 247 just released a top rankings of quarterbacks, and they have Tanner Mordecai from Wisconsin ahead of them, and then Austin Reed from Kentucky. They have Grayson McCall from Coastal Carolina all ahead of Sam Hartman. That's just stupid.
See, I saw 247 on Twitter that had him as the number 5 quarterback, which I think that's arguable.
Yeah,
because he's behind Williams.
This is one guy. This is for the NFL draft.
Oh, gotcha.
So you're going to have Grayson McCall. Look, all right, can we just be real about something here real quick? First of all, it's 247. So it's borderline not worth my time, but I'm going to do it anyway because it's a mailbag and you asked it. Grayson McCall was a member of the 2019 recruiting class. That means he's going to be a 6th-year senior this year. If Grayson McCall was anywhere close to being the 4th best quarterback prospect in a draft class, he would be going to his 6th freaking year.
That's fair.
Right? And you're definitely not going to have him ahead of Sam Hartman. Now, Sam Hartman's in the same boat. If Sam Hartman was going to be a first-round pick next year, like one of the questions we had down here was, if Sam Hartman wins the Heisman, could he go number 1 overall? No, because the measurables don't change.
Right.
He's not going to all of a sudden be 6'3". He's not going to all of a sudden be dynamic athletically. He's not going to all of a sudden have a rocket for arm. Now, I think he could go up recruiting boards more than some people do. I actually think Sam Hartman could skyrocket up draft boards if he goes out and wins a Heisman and leads Notre Dame to a championship or championship game, because I think that some of the questions people have, the system and all, is, well, he's not that big. I get that he's not that big, but there's several he's bigger than Bryce Young. He's not that much smaller than CJ Stroud, if we're being real about it. He's smaller, but it's not like CJ Stroud 6'5", 240.
Right.
It's not like CJ Stroud's built like Anthony Richardson or Will Levis, right? So, going number 1 pick, no, he's not going to do that. He could go out there and completely outplay Caleb Williams, outplay.
Not going to matter,
and it won't matter because Caleb Williams has far better measurables.
Correct.
The upside is higher.
Could he go in the first round? Depending on
the
how
NFL,
things go.
Look, if Will Levis can be a high second round pick, then Sam Hartman could be a high second round pick. So Will Levis is garbage.
Well,
I mean,
the caveat here though is if Sam Hartman wins the Heisman,
right,
that's
right.
gonna
exactly.
He's gonna head up the draft boards because of that.
And it means he had some monster games against some really good teams. And that's the thing for me that's going to answer some questions. But look, I'm not an NFL draft expert at all. We're fans of the NFL draft. We're not experts. Right. But if Will Levis can be a high second round draft pick, as bad as he was, then I'm sorry, I'm not going to buy the notion that if Sam Hartman throws for 4,000 yards and leads Notre Dame to a national championship game and is even a finalist for the Heisman Trophy, that he can't skyrocket up boards. I mean, and because it would mean he also has 3 healthy years. The one injury that he had was not football related. It was a health issue, not an injury even. So even using the word injury doesn't even make sense. It was a health issue. So yeah, I just is he going to go first overall? No, but could he be a big time quarterback and a potential Heisman guy? Sure. I mean, I'll say it again, Vince. Ian Book finished in the top 10 in a year he threw 15
always
touchdown
my go-to
passes.
when it comes to this kind of stuff. I'm sorry. It just is. Just Notre Dame just hasn't had a dynamic quarterback in so long that it's become a moot point as far as a Heisman Trophy and all of that stuff. It just is. As far as tier, it depends on how you do it, right? It depends on how you do your tiers. Personally, I think he's tier 2.
Right. Because tier 1's Caleb Williams and Drake May.
100%.
Right. And then he's in that tier 2 with Michael Penix and Bo Nix and Jordan Travis.
Yes.
For me.
That's where he is.
And
that's
maybe Jaden Daniels. Maybe.
Yep.
I still need to see more from Jaden Daniels before I can put him in those categories. But with Jordan Travis and Bo Nix and Michael Penix, yeah, he's in that category.
Absolutely.
And anyone that says he's not, it's out of there. People act like he's coming from the Conference USA. That's the hilarious thing. Like, well, we'll see what he does with like half the teams he's going to play this year, he played at freaking Wake Forest.
Right.
Like, what are we doing here? He didn't transfer from North Dakota State. He didn't transfer from like Sam Houston. He transferred from freaking Wake Forest. They played in the ACC title game 2 years ago. He's 2-0 against Jordan Travis. He's 3-0 against Florida State as a starter. Like, what are we doing here? And Some of this is just silly. Some of it's just silly. It really is just silly.
Jay says, I want to know, I know it's early, but what does the 25 running back board look like? And is there a dude?
Well, there are several dudes. I mean, so first of all, Jay, just in full disclosure, I have not watched all the 25 kids that they've offered. It's just they've offered so many, and I don't have enough time in the day. But they've offered over 10 kids, 12, 13 kids already. I've seen Gideon Davidson from Virginia. He's very good. Jordan Davidson from Mater Dei, who I don't think they're going to get. He's very good. Usman Chroma from Georgia, really good player. One of the kids they offered is a kid named Anthony Rogers. He just committed to Alabama. So we'll have to – I'm going to actually update that now. So you're doing live updates right in the middle of the show, Vince, because normally Ryan updates these, but he's still on paternity leave. So he's not in
the
there.
New baby.
Yeah. So there's some good players on the board. There's some really talented players on the board. It's a really good running back class from what I've seen, of who I've seen. And but as far as who their top guys are, it's a little too early to tell. I think one guy for sure that I feel comfortable saying is a top target for Notre Dame is Gideon Davidson, because of when they offered him and the fact that they've been out to see him. I think that matters. They've been down to see Torrey Blaylock. I think the other part to consider that I don't know that I have the huddle, that I have the answer for the huddle for. I'm typing in huddle into the thing. The thing I don't know that I have the answer for right now, Vince, is I don't know if I know what type of back they're looking for in the 25 class. Like I don't know if they're looking for a shifty change of pace guy.
Right.
I don't know if they're looking for another pure back. I don't really know what they're looking for. And so that's kind of part of the issue for me is, without knowing that, like it makes it harder for me to know what exactly they're looking for. So that's my question. And I know another guy that I know that they're high on too. And I haven't watched much of his film yet, because again, it's 25 and it's really early, but there's a kid out of Louisiana that I know the staff likes a lot. Kid named James Simon. And again, you follow the actions, right? Who did they get out and see this year? when they were out looking at 24 kids and trying to close on the 24 kids? Who'd they go out and see? Well, they went out and saw Osmane Chroma. They went out and saw him. They went out and saw James Simon. They went out and saw Gideon Davidson. They went down and saw Torrey Blaylock. They went out to Maryland and saw Carlton Smith. Right? Those are guys they went out and saw. I think so. And I know that James Simon is a guy that I think they're pretty high on. Gideon Davidson, Osmane is a guy. So those are some early names. But as far as where they stand with those kids, it's too early to tell, to be honest with you, at that particular position. I think part of it too was they didn't really know what they were going to do until they figured out who their number 2 running back in this year's class was going to be.
Sure. It makes a difference.
So I think now that that's in there, then you're ready to go.
Terry Gillery, what past quarterback in history does CJ seem the most like?
Well, the comp I gave for him is Joe Burrow. And here's why. Again, I'm not predicting he's going to have Joe Burrow numbers. But here's the things I see. Similar body type, 6'3", 190-ish, 195 coming out of high school, be probably 200 pounds. I think CJ will end up being 210, 215 when it's all said and done. I don't know if he'll be quite as thick as Joe, but Joe's not a real huge guy. He's not like Josh Allen or anything like that. Joe has a really good arm, but not an elite, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes type of arm strength. CJ's the same way. CJ has a strong arm. He doesn't have Dylan Raiola's arm strength, but he has elite arm talent. He's a guy that can change arm angles. He's very accurate. He's got great ball placement, which is very similar to what made Joe Burrow so good. He's a great decision maker. He processes information really quickly, like Joe Burrow. And the other part of his game that gets underrated, that I think was a very underrated part of Joe Burrow's game at LSU, is he's really dynamic with his legs in a non-running manner. You know what I mean, Vince? So CJ's not going to go out there and run for 700, 800 yards. He uses his athleticism to break tackles and spin around and buy time and then throw the ball down the field.
Right.
I think
always
CJ's
his eyes down the field and the whole thing, yeah.
Easy 5-star player. So skill set, again, I'm not saying he's going to be the number 1 overall pick. I'm not saying he's going to put up 5,000 yards passing and 60 touchdowns like Joe Burrow did. I'm just saying the skill set that I see most when I look at CJ Carr is Joe Burrow. Do you have a strong disagreement with that, Vince?
No, I trust your comp. You're so much better at comps than I am because you have so many more players in your head. But from a physical standpoint, from what I've seen of Joe Burrow, absolutely, the traits fit absolutely. From a college, I'm talking college. Joe Burrow, and coming out of high school. And again,
not saying Heisman Trophy record setting. It just style of play is there. That's what I see.
Sam Hartman for Heisman. I am confused on Kedren not being a consensus top 10 running back. What is he missing in your opinion? I thought I saw he was like the 8th running back in somebody's rankings.
It's on 3.
Okay, not consensus, but obviously.
No. And some of these rankings, like I've said, this year it gets worse and worse and worse every year. But so you look at Kedren Young, and on 3 has him as the number 82 player in the country and the number 8 running back. Rivals has him at number 213 and number 16 running back. And then ESPN doesn't even have him in their top 300, and 247 don't have him there. And neither one of them have him in this top 50 in the state of Texas. They have him as number 22 and 25 running back. If there are 22 or 20, or if there are 21 or 24 running backs better than Kedren Young, this is one of the greatest running back classes in the history of high school football. And I always use that, but it gets the point across. I even think Rivals having 15 guys ahead of him is a little nutty, because I've seen a lot of the running backs this year, and I don't think that there's 15 guys ahead of them. I'm still trying to find more than 5 or 6, and that's just because I haven't watched everybody yet. But he's a top 100 back for me. I can't tell you what other people are not saying about him. I have no idea, because if I saw what they saw, I'd have him ranked lower.
Right, exactly.
So I have no clue what they're not saying. I mean, to me, it can't be speed. It can't be production. It can't be athleticism. I don't know what he's missing. So there's sometimes you look like Isaiah Canyon. I have him as a top 100 player. I get why some may not. He played quarterback. He's played DB, but he's not a pure receiver. Okay, I get it. Now, having him as a 3-star, that's stupid. But I can understand somebody not having the top 100 like I have him in the top 100. This one I don't get. I can understand why some people aren't as high on Bryce Young. I'm actually don't have Bryce Young ranked as high as some of the services do, because I see a lot of rawness. I see what they see. I know why they have him ranked higher, because they don't have the 2-tier system like I have. which allows me to say right now he's here, but he could end up being here. I have no clue what they're looking at when they see Kedren Young and don't view him as at least top 150. Like, if you want, like, the floor to me would be where Rivals has him. But the fact that he's ranked second highest by Rivals, I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I didn't know, and I don't know what it comes down to, because I felt the same way about Jadarian Price. I don't know what they were missing. And then, of course, he comes here, and I've got Notre Dame coaches at the time telling me, dude, he was our best running back in the spring. I mean, Vince, you and I talked about this.
Oh, yeah.
He was our best running back in the spring. And Audric was healthy, Tyree was healthy, and Diggs was healthy. He just was better than all of them. You know, that kid wasn't even a top 150 back, barely top 200 back by some people. I don't know, man. Sometimes you can see it and explain it. Like, why On3 has CJ Carr at 193. What could it be? I have no clue. No clue. I have no clue what somebody might see, Vince. Do you?
His last name's not Manning. That's it.
I guess.
Name recognition, but his last name is Carr, so I don't, I
don't know. It doesn't make sense to me, man. It really, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but that is what it is. I'm going to read this one, Vince, because I want you to answer it. This is from Adam Shipley. He says, can you explain your view on 40 speed versus football and football speed? Kyron Williams ran slower 40, but also always looked fast in the field. Do you think it shows up on high school film?
Number one, I do think it shows up on high school film to a degree. You also have to understand who they're playing against, the competition, that kind of a thing. But there's lines on the field, so you can see how fast a guy is going, not necessarily who he's running against, right? So there is a bit of there. I got a buddy who is my son's track coach. He's been my friend for a really long time, and we talk about playing time and all that. So he's like, he goes, the only thing I care about is what's on the clock, right? What does the stopwatch say? He's like, that's my favorite thing. And he's absolutely right. When I'm watching a kid run on a football field, I can tell whether he's fast or not based on how fast he goes past the lines that are painted on the field, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there is a competition standpoint, and I totally get all that. So that's that part. The difference, in my opinion, between 40 speed and football speed is exactly what we talked about earlier when we're talking about acceleration, and we're talking about how fast can you get from 0 to 60, in car terms, right? How fast can you go and get to your top speed? Can you get there faster than another guy? And you talked about top speed of a wide receiver. It can take longer for a wide receiver to get to a top speed, and that's okay. What I want from my running back, and if you want to call that football speed, that's fine. You can call it sprinter speed versus football speed. That's cool, because I want my football speed. I want my running back to be able to accelerate fast. I want him to be able to get from point A to point B much faster, and then he can take off and get once he's at his top speed, because I want you to get through that second level quicker than a wide receiver would be able to get to the second, because there is no second level for wide receiver if you're running a go route or whatever. I want my running back to be able to go from 0 to 60 much faster, and then he can get to his top speed and do whatever he does at the top of it, right? It's that, and if we're talking about Kedren Young, I'm sure why this question is being asked. If you watch his film, watch how fast he goes from the line of scrimmage to 8 yards down the field. His speed is crazy. I love that. Now, his top speed, it's not elite. His top speed's not elite, but he gets to that top speed so fast, that's how he's able to run away from guys. And that's what I want from football speed. I want that 0 to 60, and how fast can you get there?
I also don't think that Kyron Williams looked fast on the field. He looked quick on the field.
And there's the difference.
I mean, he ran like a 4.58 guy in college.
Right.
But this is my whole point. A 4.58 guy that's got 3 or 4 steps on you is not getting caught. I mean, like the North Carolina 90-yard run, him running a 4.58, he's not getting caught by any 4.4 guys unless they have a great angle on him. They're not catching him from behind unless they're right behind him. And so he's more quick than he is fast. I was not shocked by his 40 speed. I expected it to be high 4.5. That's what he looked like. He always had that. I mean, that was never a question. It's just I felt to be that size, he needed to be faster than that. And I did not give him enough credit for just the football player that he was. But to your point, Vince, there's a difference between a 4.4 guy on the track and a 4.4 guy on a football field.
Absolutely.
Because you're never running straight line all that often. So that 10 to 12 to 15, like most routes, you rarely run. I mean, other than a straight go route, you're hardly ever running on a straight line. And even then, you've got to avoid somebody. So post routes, you're running 15 and then running a post. So I care if a burner and a post is not a guy that runs a 4.4 as per se. It's a guy that runs a 4.4 because he's got great starts, because he's going to have a great start getting into that to his stem, and then he's going to have a great acceleration out of the top end of his route. That guy's going to get open. A 4.6 guy that's got that is going to get open faster than a 4.4 guy who has a slow start, or as fast as a guy that runs a 4.4 but is a slow starter and is a little tight in the hips, or really tight in the hips. My 4.6 guy is going to get open more on post routes because he's got great starts and he's got loose hips to get out of those top ends. He's going to be a better route runner and a better player than the 4.4 guy that's a slow starter and has tight hips. Now, ideally the great ones are 4.4s. They're fast off the line and they're great. Jamar Chase, right? Yes, he's a 4.4, but he's also a 4.4 step one. He also is very flexible and loose hips, so he can run great routes. Justin Jefferson is another example. So that's why those guys are dominant as well. But who else is dominant? Devontae Adams, who's a 4.6, but also has those traits. Cooper Kupp, who's a 4.6 that does those things. There's a lot of different ways to do it. But at the end of the day, some 4.4 guys play football fast. Some don't. Right? Miles Boykin never played, in my opinion, like a 4.43 or a 4.42 ever. Chase did. I wasn't shocked that Chase ran a low 4.4. I was floored that Miles Boykin ran a low 4.4. Notre Dame people kept telling me he was going to because he did that but I'm like, he played like a really athletic 4.5-ish, 6'4", 220-pound guy. That's still fast.
Right. No, absolutely. Yeah.
But he never played like a 4.42 guy. Right. Chase did. Kevin Austin did at times. And so that's a really good question, Adam.
I like love that one. Yeah, it's great. Amen.
Yep. I don't know if that one's for that. I accidentally clicked on that one.
No, I like amen. Charles Lynch. If Scott rushing Beasley, Bronte, Lambert, Kingston, Minky, and Nelson commit and no one else, where would you rank this class?
I mean, I don't know who no one else is. I mean, that's kind of everybody. So you got Scott and rushing. You got Beasley, Bronte, you got the second safety, you got the O-lineman, you got the tight end. I mean, everybody that we just mentioned, he said, where would I rank that class? That's a top 3 class, in my opinion. I don't care what the rankings say. That's a top 3 class. There's not going to be 2 classes that I would rank higher than that. That's an elite class. I think the odds of them getting all those guys are slim because I'll say this. If they get rushing and Scott, I'm never saying a bad thing about Al Washington on the recruiting trail. I'll say ever because I'm capable of that.
Things can change.
I'm going to go a full year where I'm going to vow, other than just disagreeing about a specific player, you won't hear me say a single critical word about Al Washington as a recruiter for an entire year. Because that, along with who they already have, is a gap erasing class. If you give me rushing and Scott with Logan Thomas, with Cole Mullins, with Bryce Young, and with Sean Silviano, that is a gap erasing defensive line class. And especially when you compare it and when you combine it with last year's class. And then the class before that with Tyson Ford and Josh Burnham and Junior Tuihalamaka and Aiden Gobira and Donovan Heinisch. Now, all of a sudden, Notre Dame's going to have one of the 5 most talented defensive lines in the country the next couple of years. I would argue that's true if they only get one of those 2 guys. That's how important those 2 guys are. But if they get both of them, you'll see me praising Al Washington to the high heavens, man. And I will literally go a year from that date when the second guy commits, and I won't say a bad word about Al Washington as a recruiter. Not at all. Not at all. That's how big that would be. I mean, that'd
be some serious closing.
That's an Alabama D-line class.
That's Mariano Rivera closing.
God.
You know what I mean? Like
that's bringing in Randy Johnson in the 9th inning of the. Remember that when the Diamondbacks and Yankees played was it game 7 or 6?
Yeah.
Which game was they brought in Randy Johnson? I'm like, come on, you guys are just being jerks now at this point in time.
I believe it was game 7, but I could be wrong. I'm
gonna actually look
like 1998.
Yeah.
I believe 98, 99, like in that.
No, it was
2001.
Yeah, it was after 9/11. Yeah,
it was 2001. Yeah,
yeah. I'm gonna see this. I'm gonna see if I can find the box score of that. But it's just kind of like, okay, this is over. This is just silly. This is over. I'm gonna see if that was it, Vince. Yeah, you're correct. They brought him in for an inning and a third. So Schilling pitched 7 and
Schilling
third.
started it. Yeah,
Yep. And he had how that guy's not in the Hall of Fame is just ridiculously stupid. They brought in Miguel Batista to get an out in the 8th, and then to finish the 8th, they brought in Randy Johnson. And needless to say, the Yankees didn't do anything, and they won 3-2.
Yeah,
but I mean, think about this. You know who pitched for the Yankees in that game? Roger Clemens, Mike Stanton, and Mariano Rivera. And the Diamondbacks got 2 runs off of Mariano.
Oh yeah, that was the big. I remember it like it was yesterday.
One of them was earned, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I remember.
Yeah. That was wild, and that's after 9/11 and all that. Yeah, that was crazy.
And the Yankees lost. It was beautiful.
Yeah,
all
that
right.
was the best part about it.
Josh Buffo, the motivational business banker. If Al Golden does well and goes head coach or NFL, or does bad and gets let go, does Notre Dame hire from within and make Coach Mickens defensive coordinator for his recruiting ability and the fact that Marcus Freeman can help him?
There's no way they promote Mike Mickens because of his recruiting ability. None. If they promote Mike Mickens as defensive coordinator, and I'm not opposed to that. I don't know Coach Mickens' potential as a coordinator. I know he can coach the heck out of corners. Not every position coach is a great coordinator. I don't know. I'd have to study a little bit more and try to learn about what he would want to do and all that kind of stuff. But I know he's a great teacher and a recruiter. You do not promote a guy to coordinator because of his. Alabama did that with Tosh Lupow. Remember that one year they hired him away from somebody because the only way they could get him is to be the coordinator, and he was a disaster as a coordinator that year. You promote a guy to run your defense because he can run your defense like a champ. And Marcus Freeman's already spread pretty thin right now. He's traveling around the country. He's trying to recruit the whole class. Now you're going to throw on. He needs to help the defensive coordinator
needs to be the co-defensive coordinator. Yeah, that's not no. And I'm not saying that Coach Mickens couldn't do it on his own. That's not the conversation we're having.
You don't hire him
knows that,
because of his recruiting ability.
Right.
If you promote Mike Mickens, which I'm not opposed to. I mean, to me, that's the best way to keep him here.
Right. Absolutely.
But he's got to be able to do the job. Absolutely. Now, what I could see also is maybe a co-coordinator role where you have a linebackers coach that's a co-coordinator with Coach Mickens. I could see that for sure. I would look into. Can Coach Mickens coach an entire defense? I don't know why he couldn't, because look how good he is as a corners coach. Look how good he is as a recruiter. But I can't say for sure that he would, because I just don't know enough about his. Because you just can't be knowledgeable of the corners to be a coordinator. You got to be able to know all of it.
Absolutely.
And so I would just need to learn and study and maybe do some research on that. It wouldn't shock me. But if they make the move, Josh, and this is Vince's point, my point, it's because he can do that. You think he can do that job at a high level. Him being a great recruiter is just a bonus, in my opinion. So, it would be it would have to be something like that. It would have to be. So, real quick on this question, Nathan Milton, which players at Irish Invasion do you hope Notre Dame lands? I wasn't there, so I can't speak too much on it. I'd like to see him get Chris Burgess. I'd like to see him get Blaine Bradford, who's a 2026 kid. Outside of that, I just haven't watched a lot of film of the other guys. I've seen a little bit of Derek Meadows. He very much intrigues me, the kid from Bishop Gorman. But since I wasn't there, it's kind of hard for me to have much of an opinion on that. I apologize, but I do appreciate the super chat very, very much.
From Cleveland, CVLENGO8.
I have a difficult time with that one as well.
I'm sorry. I apologize that I didn't know what it was. Reading between the lines, Price doesn't seem to get mentioned a lot. Is there a big concern with the staff that he may need to medically retire?
No.
His injury.
First of all, we talked about him during the show.
Hopefully he's back and ready to go. Like, he could potentially play, but I've heard a lot of people talk that are saying he may not be like 100% for like 18 months. And if that's the case, you're talking after the season. So he's not going to medically retire, but he may not be 100% when the
I
season
also
starts.
think the premise is incorrect because we literally talked about him during the show. This show, we talked about him. But he was 2 classes ago. So we're going to talk about the most recent class. And that's why I said, like, it's just not going to be part of a 2 classes away. We talked about him during the show, and every time we talk about the running backs for 2023, we talk about Jadarian Price. So I don't accept the premise, but no, there's no conversation about him medically retiring. The only question we ever have is when will he be healthy? When will he be ready for this season? That's the only question mark. So I just don't accept necessarily the preference there, the premise there that he doesn't get mentioned a lot. We talk about Jadarian Price all the time. Literally during the show, we were talking about how I had him as a top 100 back and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't accept the premise there. But no, there's no concern for us. He's have to medically retire. He'd have to have another. I mean, because remember, Sean Crawford came back and played a ton of football for Notre Dame after 2 ACLs and an Achilles injury.
Sure, absolutely. Irish Hightown, IB, do you think we should go out and get 2 new transfers, or should we extend them to, or he's talking about the 2 extra scholarships that are out there right now, or extend them to 2 Ivy grad transfer walk-ons? I wouldn't want those.
2. So that would be the punter, Krim, and then the Cole Aubrey kid who's the edge rusher.
Right.
I
don't want those I don't want those to be the only 2 options though either. Yeah. Like I feel like there's guys on the roster that you could give a scholarship to. There's, you could potentially look at the transfer portal, but how many guys are actually going to be there now in the middle of June that you're going to want for August? Like, I feel like it's a little picked over at the moment, so that's going to be a little bit tougher. So I think you probably end up looking at your current roster and who's there, right? And who you could extend those scholarships to that are already on your roster. Could it be the Ivy grad transfer guys? Could be. I mean,
yeah,
we'll see. What do you think?
Number one, the Ivy grad transfers are used to paying big bills because they're not on scholarship at the Ivy League school either. I still don't believe Ivies give out athletic scholarships, correct? I still don't think
they do not. They do. No, they don't. They give out academic, but
definitely not for football.
Yeah, no,
definitely not for football. I would rather see it go to a kid who's been in the program for a long time. I'd rather see it go to a Marty Hour, right? A kid who's a walk-on is going to maybe have a chance to play for you this year.
That could play some special teams. I like that kid a lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
I'd rather see it go to a Quinn Murphy, who may not play a lot for you in the offensive line this year, but that kid has been you don't see a whole lot of 4 or 5 year walk-on linemen. You just usually guys just will quit, or the something else will happen, right? That guy's been very much a model of kind of the type of young man you want to have. Honestly, Vince, I'd rather see go to a guy like that. I'd rather see go to, I'm trying to think of some other examples of guys who've been here a while, like Davis Sherwood's on. Why is he still listed as a walk-on? I was
going to say he's on scholarship, I thought.
Yeah, I don't know why I have an asterisk by his name as a walk-on. I'm not sure about that. I'd rather see go to a Zach Yoakum, who's your starting kickoff guy.
Right.
I'd rather see go to just some of those, one of those other guys that have been, Eddie Scheidler, those guys that have been around the program for 4 or 5 years. I'd rather go to them or go to like a Luke Talich, a walk-on who, like, dude, he's eventually going to get a scholarship. Let's just lock him in now and not run the risk of him going somewhere else next year. You know what I mean? Those would be guys that I would rather have as opposed to. And that's no disrespect to Ben Krim. He's got a good shot to be the team's primary punter this year. It's no disrespect to Cole Aubrey, who I expect to be a good special teams player this year. It's more about just looking at the guys that have been here a while and saying those kids to me are who I would reward with that 1-year scholarship. I'd rather see one of those type of guys get it, or even Vince, a Justin Fisher. If he one of those special teams kids that's going to play for you, I think are the ones that to me deserve that more. And again, no disrespect to the Ivy train. I'm glad Ben Krim's coming. I'm so glad John Sott came last year.
Absolutely.
I like what Cole Aubrey can potentially bring as a special teams guy. I'm just also a believer when it comes to walk-on scholarships, either give it to a guy like Luke Talich who is basically turning down scholarships to come play for you because he's a Division I football player, or for at least a year, let him walk on like he agreed to, give that scholarship to one of the older, Quinn Murphy, Marty Auer, Eddie Scheidler, those type of walk-on kids, I think are just more deserving of it because they've been a part of this team. They've done everything they've been asked to do. And I'm leaving other guys that could be candidates off. I'm just saying, like, those are the ones that just kind of pop in my head a little bit, Vince, if that makes sense. So it's not like other guys aren't deserving of it. It's just those are the ones that, to me,
that's why I would turn towards your own roster and go from there. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Plus, you get great social media out of it. So
and it's great for team building too, right? I mean, because players want to see that stuff.
Absolutely.
They want to see.
Yes.
Hey, look, why am I here for 4 years? Well, number one, I love being part of this team, but number two, I know there's a chance that I could get a scholarship someday. And I'm sure parents don't have it. Give me even 1 year of not being on scholarship at Notre Dame is saving parents almost six figures. You know what I mean? So,
no doubt about it. It's between $75,000 and $100,000. Like, I mean, it's legit a lot of money. So,
yeah.
From Eric, Brian, what's y'all's opinion on the 247 recent mock draft having Joe Alt getting drafted 25th overall and the 4th offensive tackle taken? Well, that's a joke. That's hilarious.
I mean, I have a hard time believing that would happen, but I also would have, if you'd have told me a year ago Michael Mayer's going to put up the numbers he put up and not be a first round pick, I would have said you're out of your mind. The NFL is a weird deal. That's a premium position. I'd be shocked if he's first of all, I mean, if the fourth best tackle on the board gets drafted, he's probably not getting drafted 24th. I'm looking it up right now, Vince, but like this past year,
like it would be higher, like there'd be more tackles that would
like
go.
This past year, the 4th offensive tackle got drafted at 27. Is a kid named Anton Harrison. He is not in the same category as Joe Alt.
Yeah.
I mean, the 4th guy the year before was 19th. I mean, so unless it's just a bad tackle, I mean, the 4th guy in 2020 was 18th, or actually, excuse me, 13th. Could he be the 4th guy drafted in a year like we had in 2020? Remember that year, Vince, where there was like 4 guys and they were kind of all battling for that number 1 spot? It was like Andrew Thomas, Jedrick Wills, Mekhi Becton, and Tristan Wirfs.
Yep.
Whereas like some teams had other guys better. I still can't believe the Jets took Mekhi Becton over Tristan Wirfs. And it's worked out exactly how you would have predicted. One guy can't stay healthy and stay on the field, and the other guy's turned into a all-pro caliber offensive tackle. Shocker. And the all-pro's not Mekhi Becton, but that's just the Jets being the Jets. But that was a year where it's like, man, Andrew Thomas, you can't go wrong there. You can't go wrong with Jedrick Wills. You can't go wrong with Tristan Wirfs. And then there's the one guy that shouldn't have been drafted. But then, of course, Austin Jackson went like 18th or 19th that year too, the kid for the Dolphins. So if it's a year like that, maybe. But the other part of this is it's 247. Right. Like I have a great deal of respect for like the Tims and what they do at Irish Illustrated. That's a different deal. That's guys that specialize in covering Notre Dame. They do a great job. That's why they come on. That's why we want them on our shows. That's why we consider them friends and we get along well with them because they do good work. I'm not talking about those guys.
Right.
I'm talking about the national stuff. They're becoming so much more. I think On3 has broke their brains. I do. Because Shannon Terry, who started On 3, started Rivals, sold it, then started 247, sold it. And I think that as the further along they've gotten away from Shannon Terry, the worse it's getting because they're just handing the responsibilities over to people that just are lifers or people that shouldn't be. Like it went from Barton Simmons to who's running it now, and it's like, it's not the same dude. You know what I mean? Like, let's just say this. There's no Division I football teams that are going to go look to hire the dudes running 247 now to come run their recruiting operations and be their GMs, right? Let's be real about that.
Right.
And so, and I think they're now doing things for clicks and just hiring people who aren't qualified to do things that they're being asked to do. And they just put out bad content. I mean, same guy that did that, I'm sure, is the same guy that has Tanner Mordecai and Grayson McCall and Austin Reed as higher draft prospects than Sam Hartman. Like, so it's just
makes perfect sense.
We can continue to complain about how crappy what they do are, or we can just all assume that they suck from a national standpoint and just not paying attention to them anymore. And we'll all be happier that way.
Yep, absolutely.
So, yeah, that's the way I look at it. They've become so irrelevant to me, Vince. Like, Rivals is going to pass them soon. And when it comes to like the quality of the rankings, because Rivals is out there trying to hire people. They hired John Garcia. They're hiring some other people that you're like, yeah, that's a good hire, right? Like you're actually trying to hire people that have integrity and ability. And I don't see 247 doing that, to be completely honest with you. And if it wasn't for a couple of the guys that they have, like Greg Biggins and Brandon Huffman, who are actually still really good, if those guys ever leave, they are in really big trouble. Really big trouble. So I'd rather just stop talking about 247 altogether. Again, we're from a national standpoint. It's just it's getting to the point where it's just not worth our time anymore. It really is. It really is. All right, last couple, Vince, and we're going to get up out of here. So we got 3 more, and then we got I got a prayer request here that I want to end things with. But let's go to Ray Holcraft.
All right, Ray. Given what you know today, and both teams stay healthy on both sides, that's key. What are Notre Dame's advantages and disadvantages against Ohio State?
Okay, advantages. I think that Notre Dame is going to have an advantage in their defensive line against Ohio State's offensive line. I think that Notre Dame. People are going to laugh this. I actually like Notre Dame's pass catchers against Ohio State secondary. I'm not a big fan of Ohio State secondary, and I like what Notre Dame's going to do there. I think that's an advantage. Disadvantage. This offensive line needs to prove that it can play at a high level against that scheme plus talent. Here's the thing I'll say. Part of the reason Notre Dame was able to dominate Clemson's front seven, which is absolutely on the same par as Ohio State's talent-wise, if not better, is because Clemson just lined up and did what they do, and made it easy for Notre Dame. Because then Notre Dame say, "Hey, we're as good as you or better," and we just go dominate. Jim Knowles is not that guy. That's not what hurt. No, Ohio State didn't just line up and say, our dudes are better than your dudes, and we're going to whip your butt all day. They had really good run stunts. They brought pressures from all over. They had really good delay schemes. It was first game of the year. And so there was some coaching involved to that butt whooping, as well as it was game 1 of Notre Dame's tenure. But the fact of the matter is they didn't play well against that type of team. They have to show that they can outplay Ohio State. So as of right now, you say it's at least an advantage, a wash, potentially advantage Ohio State, because it's basically the same guys coming back that played in that game, because you can't say, well, Notre Dame has to overcome Jarrett Patterson. They didn't have Jarrett Patterson in that game last year either, Vince.
Correct.
Right? You had Andrew. So 4 of your 5 starters in that game are back. And most of Ohio State's defensive linemen and linebackers, with the exception of like Zach Harrison and a couple backups, are back. So you got to prove that you can outplay them there, because they whooped your butt last year. Mm-hmm. So even though on paper, I like Notre Dame's offensive line against Ohio State's front seven, games aren't played on paper. We saw what Ohio State's front seven did with the scheme that Jim Knowles is going to run, which is a lot more complex than what the defensive coordinator at Clemson did, which is different than what Brent Venables did. So to me, they've got to be able to prove that. And then the secondary has to prove that they can not give up some of the big plays they gave up last year. I think the Notre Dame secondary matches up very well against Ohio State. But who are going to make the big plays? Last year, Ohio State's secondary made more big plays than Notre Dame's. Last year, Ohio State's receivers made the 2 huge plays for touchdowns, and then some of the really clutch sideline grabs to move the chains on
those are big.
the real game. Those 2 drives in the second half that turned a 10-7 Notre Dame lead into a 21-10 Ohio State lead. Right. It wasn't the Marvin Harrison going 50 yards for a touchdown. It was 2nd and 5, great coverage. CJ puts the ball on the sideline. They make great grabs, right? Notre Dame secondary says, okay, you're not going to make those plays this year. So as of right now, again, looking at last year, they made more of the big plays than the Notre Dame secondary did. Their defensive line outplayed Notre Dame's defensive line. So until those units can prove that they can outplay them, you have to go advantage there. I actually thought Notre Dame's defensive line I didn't think Isaiah Foskey played well. I thought that Howard Cross played really well.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Riley Mills had a pretty good game that game. So I think that, and then they lost. I mean, their 3 best offensive linemen are all gone. And I think, and you say, well, Notre Dame lost Isaiah Foskey. He was terrible against Ohio State last year. Jason Adamiola was terrible against Ohio State. So the 2 guys Notre Dame lost were awful in that game. Everybody that played well is back.
True.
You know what I mean? So, so that's kind of where I look at that one, Vince. I think it's kind of a wash right now. I think anyone acting like they're going to just dominate Notre Dame is just a clown who doesn't know anything about Notre Dame. And I'm being very specific. People who in the chat know exactly what I'm talking about. But if I'm going to predict that game, Notre Dame's got to prove they can win games like that, right?
Absolutely.
If you're being objective, you have to look, say, the rosters I think are even. Ohio State has advantages in some areas. Notre Dame has advantages in other areas. If you have any clue of both rosters, which I actually do know the opponent's roster and depth chart and can actually speak intelligently about the team that I don't cover. And so I will speak on it, whereas some people are just not smart enough or don't take their job serious enough to actually know who's on the other team to be able to speak intelligently about it. Those people shouldn't listen to.
Right.
Can Notre Dame beat Ohio State next year? Abso-freaking-lutely they can. But this is the exact game that Notre Dame hasn't won yet as a program outside of well, they haven't, because Clemson 2020 doesn't count to me as that type of win because Trevor didn't play. Yeah. Because Tyler Davis didn't play, because Mike Jones didn't play. Yep. Last year, Clemson it was ranked high, but you and I both know that last year's Clemson team wasn't like 2018 Clemson, 2016 Clemson, 2019 Clemson even. And so this is still the game that they have to prove that they can win.
Mm-hmm.
And now, can they? Absolutely. They got to show it. But I think on paper, it's a pretty evenly matched game. There are some areas where Ohio State has the advantage. Notre Dame has the advantage of quarterback.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you're not going to agree to that, then you're just not an honest person and you don't know football. So, it's going to be a good game. It's who has the best plan, who executes it, and then who makes the money plays.
Right.
That's going to be the key. So, I just threw a little bit more fire than I expected to throw on that one, Vince.
Yeah,
it just kind of got to me. I think when you listen to the video, you'll understand where I'm coming from.
I have a feeling you're right. Yeah, because you're like, I'm talking about somebody very specific. That's great.
Yes. Yep. So we get the last couple here. Here's a quick one real quick. Cam Williams versus Michael Floyd is a prospect. It's Michael Floyd, and it's not close. Michael Floyd was an exceptional prospect. And he did what he did with a lot of injuries. Think about that. He lost chunks of 2 seasons at Notre Dame and still destroyed every pass receiving record in Notre Dame history with missing chunks of 2 seasons. All right, last question here, Vince. Though these two are going to kind of go together.
Okay. So
Gideon Rosa says, is the Clemson momentum legit, or is it all about Sammy Brown? And then have this one from Brandon Plisner. You can read, Vince.
It says Clemson is putting together a nice small class, especially at wide receiver. Just got TJ Moore, who is one of my favorite receivers. They're trending for Bryant Wesco. They've only sent out 59 offers in 24.
This has been an interesting strategy from Clemson. They don't offer a lot of people. And it's interesting, Vince. It's you put yourself in a situation where if you have misses, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
They are riding
Notre Dame with the running back that ended up at Clemson.
Yeah.
It ended up working out okay for Notre Dame in the long run, but yeah.
I like the class Clemson's putting together. They're building it slowly. They got 2 kids in the last couple of days. Got Sammy Brown as a big pickup. Sammy Brown to me is not a 5-star right now, but he certainly has 5-star talent. He's more of an athlete learning to play football or plays football. He's a phenomenal athlete. His athleticism alone makes him a top 50 recruit. Then it's, can he learn how to play football? But he's a much better fit for what Clemson does than what Georgia does. I would argue. So I think he made a good decision there, and I understand why Georgia maybe didn't push for him. But I'll say this, man, he's got a lot of talent there. I'm with you, Brandon. I think TJ Moore's got a lot of ability. They got the Christian Betancourt kid from Illinois, who's a pretty good tight end. They've got a couple good defensive linemen already so far. Champ Thompson's a good solid player, good strong side end, could maybe move inside. Tavoy Fegan's a nice DB. Noah Dixon's a good DB from Georgia. They're putting a nice class together. There's an offensive lineman, Casey Poe, that they've made some moves with. the key is going to be they've got to continue to recruit quarterback better. And they went through a couple of years where they were down. I think they've started to recover. You got Cade Klubnik and Chris Vizina back-to-back years. That's important. Keep doing that, and those skilled players will start to come. But I think TJ Moore is a big, tall, long kid that fits that system better than some of the other big, tall, long kids that were more physical. Like Bo Collins was a big physical guy. Joseph Ngata was a big physical guy, Vince. The big guys they had that had success were the big vertical guys. Right. Mike Williams, T. Higgins, Justin Ross. It wasn't the big possession guys. TJ Moore fits that big vertical player more than the big possession guy. So I think it's a good fit. No, I think Clemson's doing well, and we're going to do a show about this at some point in time over the summer. I'm just not sure when. We're going to talk about the programs that to me are ascending, that it's good for college football and good for Notre Dame that they're ascending. Clemson beating those schools for Sammy Brown is important because he's not going to Alabama, he's not going to Georgia, he's not going to LSU. Getting TJ Moore away from those schools. Florida State is going to start beating LSU and Bama and Georgia for kids. They already are starting to do that. That's good because when the talent starts getting spread out more, that means those top teams come down a little bit. And those teams aren't going to be taking a lot of players from Notre Dame. They're just not. And so I think that's good for college football, but I also think it's really good for Notre Dame. That look, you take 3-4 kids away from Bama and Georgia a year, as long as Notre Dame does what they're supposed to do, all of a sudden that's also what have I always said, Vince? Closing the gap isn't just about you getting better, but you got to start taking kids that those other schools want.
Sure.
Because that means they don't get them.
Yep.
And that's an important piece to this.
Absolutely.
Very important piece of this. And then this last one, Vince, I'm gonna handle this one. This is from Irish for Life. He's a member of our board and has been on our channel from the beginning. He's one of the OGs. Deals with a lot of physical pain and some different issues. And he says, please pray, Brian D. Please pray for me. My pain has been seriously bad, and I need to make another doctor's appointment Thursday or 2 weeks after that. Thank you very much. Buddy, you absolutely have it. And I know this has been a rough go for you, especially the last year has been a really rough go for you, not just physically, but also personally. You will certainly be in my prayers today. You are often going to be in my prayers. And for those of you in our chat that are the believers in the power of prayer, like I am, I would ask that you lift up Irish for Life. He is, and some of it he shares with us, but a lot of it you don't know about, and it's a rough life, and I don't envy him at all. But I love the fact that he's a part of our community and feels like he can come to us and ask us for that. So. Buddy, you definitely have it. You definitely have my prayer. And I know that there's other people in our chat that will also lift you up in prayer. And when I say that, I've really tried to make it a pact, Vince, where I would say, hey, I'll pray for you, buddy. And then you just like, hey, I'm offering you prayers, but you really don't. I hope that when people say, I'm going to pray for you, you actually make time to do it if you're someone who believes in the power of prayer, as I do. So lift up our good friend Irish for Life. Without question. So thanks, buddy. And I think that's a good way to end today's show, Vince. I think that's going to be the final question. First 4-hour show you and I have done in a very long time, buddy.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. But always happy to be here. And make sure you tune in about an hour. It sounds it's going to be Tim Priester, Sean Stiers, Jesse Stiers, IB Nation Sports Talk. So make sure you go get some food. Come on back. Watch a little IB Nation Sports Talk tonight at 6 o'clock. Then make sure you hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, hit that notification bell, and make sure you share with your family and friends because the IB Nation's Irish Breakdown Podcast, I'll get it right eventually. We're here every day, baby.
IB Nation, buddy. It's cool. It's IB
right
Nation.
Here. I got it right here. IB Nation. Got it right here on the shirt. And make sure you know what? Check out the merch store too. All kinds of good stuff over there. I got some new shirts. I've been
got this on there. Got that
throwing them in the laundry, getting them all ready to go. Loving life.
There.
Absolutely. Yeah. We got all kinds of good stuff. I got my white hat back here somewhere. All kinds of
blue hat.
See, look at that.
Got the green hat.
Oh, there's the white one right
gray
here.
Hat.
Whoop.
You got the white hat.
Bam.
Yep.
It's good stuff, man. So there's good stuff on the merch store.
And this new distressed hat too, Vince. Have you seen these in the store now too? Yeah. So it's one of those distressed. It doesn't look good on camera because of the way that my thing is, but and I haven't quite fit it up yet, but it's a really nice one as well.
Very cool.
So,
Very cool.
yeah,
So
there you go.
thanks everybody for joining us. Really appreciate it. Brian will be back tomorrow at 1. IB Nation Sports Talk tonight at 6. We will talk to you next time on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.